Okay, should be alright. Everyone updated that. Okay, we good. Has recording started then? Yes, well, welcome back, everyone, to session 3, Strixhaven, Curriculum of Chaos. Uh, well, uh, let's just check. Here doesn't. Let's do something different at the start of the session. Who here doesn't? Alright then. Okay. I was just checking. Well, last session, what happened? I'll actually ask you all. If anyone's willing to speak and actually summarize what happened last session. Uh, well,
We beat the shit out of frogs.
you bit the shit out of frogs. Going in a bit more, if we how about go a bit more in detail, and you can win one of the members who don't have inspiration. If y'all are willing to do that.
We had classes, and we chose our job and extracurricular. Yeah. Then there was a bit of interesting stuff with the book. Then the frog race, which I won. Bragging rights, let's go.
Yep. Now have bragging rights. That is correct.
Yeah. Then the frogs started to get weird. With that weird goo that we saw earlier. We defeated them, killed none of them, and we found out that Midnight's weapon sucks up blood.
That's true. That is indeed true. All right then. So, if you don't have inspiration, then Murdock, you get one at the start of this session, or if you already have one, you can choose to give one to someone who doesn't.
Nice, I'll take it.
All right then. But starting this session, as last session we ended, just like Matsu said, when the frogs have been dispatched and were brought back, assumingly to your dorms, and we wake up. I'd say at your first weekend in Strixhaven, in the Strixhaven dormitories. These screens, all right, then that works. And everybody is back in their own rooms, except one who we'll get to later. Other than Sinetis, everyone, let's choose a number from 1 to 5 again. And let's get a bit of a refresh as to who you all are. 3, 5. No worries, Sinetis, we have something for you. 3, 5, 2, and I guess that makes no 1. Let's roll the d5. Let's actually roll the d5 twice. Okay, so first is how fitting. Down in the corner of the dorms, midnight. You are awoken from your bed with Monty at your desk. Last night, you decide if that little encounter in your head was pleasant or unpleasant, but strangely, even though the tone of her voice spoke in a bit of more disappointing or demanding tone, you strangely feel yourself a bit more powerful today, as everyone has gotten a level up overnight. Midnight, how do you start your day after that encounter? If you're here, hi. He just gets up. leaves the room. Sits down. No words spoken. Monty just giving you a passing gaze, looks at nothing. You sit down at the couch. That it? That's it. Alright then. So going by the next part. Not really, once again, waking up. Is Murdock, who, by the definition by the message that was given by the end of last session, has tampered, let's say, with Freddy. What do we see as the day begins for Murdock, not really having slept?
Well, you can see a frog corpse. But I will focus on myself and on the corpse and try to summon him as a familiar.
Do you ritual cast this?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can just say that this was done before everyone was waking up, and just to get the day started, Murdock, roll me Arcana check, let's say. First roll
Okay.
of the game. Let's just see how effective your conversion, quote unquote, of Freddy is. And, yep. As Freddy lies, well, to put it bluntly, dead on the wizard's desk, Murdock, in turn, starts preparing a little ritualistic circle around the body of the frog. Partly dissected and then restitched, the magic of the circle begins to infuse itself in Freddy. As well, I would give sound effects if I had any prepared, but Freddy's eyes open up as
Hey there, Freddy.
looks at you. Just opens its mouth and lets loose a little tongue, and well, Freddy never seemed more alive than before. And hops on your head.
With Freddy on my head, I'll walk out.
And as that finishes occurring, as you walk out Murdock, you see Midnight awoken before anyone else, just sitting there. And while Midnight, you see Murdock with Freddy on their head.
Morning, IHOP. Did you sleep well?
How do you respond, Midnight? Get that away from me.
Can I make Freddy jump on his lap?
Yeah, sure. Without much effort, and since Freddy is a frog, just a little bit of rearing back, mentally now connected to you. Freddy hops on the table and wait. Oh, where's Bob? Oh yeah, Bob's supposed to be there. BRB, and hops on your lap. Midnight. Let me actually. Where is this token? Why did this disappear? And well, as I go grab Bob, Midnight, Frog just hops on your lap. How do you react? Let me grab Bob. Can't forget about Bob. If Map Tools decides it wants to load. There we go. Let me just grab our little friend here. I stand up and say, "What the hell? I don't show this. I just said don't show me this stupid frog," and then I throw the frog back at Murdock. Okay, then as that seems to happen, and let me grab. Up there he is.
So sorry. He just does what he wants.
And as Freddy gets thrown back at you, Murdock, Freddy Midnight throws Freddy, who then kind of like front flips onto the couch, but Freddy, sensing the impact that was about to happen, kind of like plops his little feet on the arms of the couch, uses it as leverage to jump back onto your head, kind of like an acrobat, and then pops back onto your head as if nothing had just happened, and Bob's back. Alright.
Nice job, Fredster.
Discord wants to allow me to switch screens more than twice. Meanwhile, someone who has always been there and not accidentally deleted off the map. That was very cool. Anything else you two say?
I just sit down. That's it.
You just sit down and up to you if you ponder what's with your rabbit friends. Boo, geez, I can't speak tonight. Next. This time, alright then. Including Sinetis, everyone else just pick 1 to 4. This time, yep, Retro, you can pick 1, 2. 4, 3. Okay, then that leaves it at 1. Alright then. And as if it was perfectly timed, away from the dorms, on his, let's say, first day on the job, actually. So here's the kitchen. Here's the kitchen. You can get your basic supplies over here on the shelves. Feel free to use any of them, as me and the staff have carefully curated them. All of them should be up to par. Have you had any actual experience with cooking and helping around houses and such? Nora actually speaks to you, Sinetis, as the day is early and you personally, as the application form has been processed, you've been effectively hired, and you're now on your first day with your coworkers, Nora and Wu. How do you reply?
A lot of experience with both, actually.
Oh, somebody keeps screenshotting for snow, I guess. Oh, that makes my job a whole lot easier. Okay, breakfast is prepared. I'll go deliver this batch to Xanther and his friends. You can deliver your batch back to your friends. All right then.
Yep, that's fine.
And yeah, handling to you and roll me just a basic dexterity check, Sinetis.
No. God.
Is Sinetis? Yes. I okay. If someone wants to send me the actual art of that, I can actually edit the token right now. Yes. Oh, that's a 9. As Nora kind of hands you Sinetis like multiple trays stacked on top of each other with various small breads, small snacks, a couple glasses of water, and you kind of like lose your balance for a bit before. Let me just do this real quick. And yep, there we go. Be careful there, and you almost kind of lose your balance before Nora catches you. And maybe I got a bit too overzealous there. And just
it's fine.
And roll me. Well, actually, yeah, you roll me an insight check too, Sinetis.
Okay.
And yes, Sinetis is wearing it now.
Nice. Inside. Oh, yeah, this is gonna be great.
That's actually
It's not bad.
As you can, as Nora kind of piles on the various trays and confectionaries and other such food on you, you kind of notice as she's kind of like helping you up and you are looking better, you notice a couple of dark eye bags under her eyes for a moment before she's like pushing you to the door and get to it now. We have a job to do.
Okay.
And as you two like walk on the hallway, then have anything you want to say?
So, you look like you haven't been getting that much rest.
Oh, no big deal. Just having to deal with some eager first years causing experiments over at the music lounge, and well, we have some things to take care of. Me and the staff. You don't have to concern that. You don't have to concern yourselves with that for now, though. It's up to me and the senior staff. Although those creatures that they managed to bring to life may have caused a bit of a mess. Let's just say that. Well, the creatures themselves haven't been dispatched yet, and well, we just hope we can deal with them before they get into too much more trouble. Nora just kind of tells you about how some first years made a mess over at the music lounge, and it's kind of her job and the other staff to clean that up. And eventually, I went in the wrong room. Oops, my bad. Yeah, you deal with that, and I'll go to the other's rooms. As she didn't realize she was accidentally actually following you.
Later, Nora.
He goes up there and up, and you see
Breakfast is here.
up and Murdock and Midnight. You see Sinetis with wearing exactly what you see, a bright pink apron, reading "Please do nothing to the cook," carrying a bunch of trays for all of you to eat. This time, seemingly as if observing the various treats you picked, whatever breakfast you all picked last the most. There's actually more of it, as Nora took note of what you all individually liked, and well,
Looking good.
Thanks.
There's at Sinetis head to toe. Those look delicious.
You can have one too if you want, Bob.
Oh, Bob. There, you can see in Bob's mouth a slight circular black dots starting to form and then immediately close back up.
Which one do you want?
I have no particular preference.
Okay, I'm gonna throw bread at him.
You throw bread at him and it slaps on his face, but instead of commenting on it, the bread just slowly gets absorbed into his bushy face as his mouth as the black that forms his mouth wraps around the bread, and it just kind of like gets sucked in. Digesting. Delicious.
I love Bob.
Okay. Anything else?
Not really. I'm just gonna put the food down.
As
Is there another place I could put it down without Bob trying to eat it? If he tries to eat it, I mean.
Bob's the table's big. the table's big enough where Bob can fit comfortably, at least sit around it. Like there's you kind of have
Okay.
to like squish some of the food together on the table with Bob occupying some of it, but eventually with careful management it will fit. Bob is the Roomba.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Alright, and who else is? It's actually D3 now, with same as before. Who was 1 earlier?
Yeah, it was one.
That was me.
Gyan, actually. Over by over by the top room, Gyan, you were kind of woken up a bit earlier than expected, as you could have sworn you heard some amount of. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You kind of heard like Xanther having an aggressive Uno game above you, since your wall is right next to their rooms, and yeah, you woke up like 10 minutes earlier than usual. Not too big, but slight annoyance. And well, how do you take the day?
As he wakes up, he does his usual thing, and then he looks at his uniform, which usually is in his cupboard, but right now it's up on a hanger on the wall. He sort of picks it up, he dusts it off, and then he puts it on. It seems a little different than usual. It feels a little bit tighter. It feels a little different on his shoulders, and he sort of flexes a bit, and then he picks up a random quake, like a rock or something, from the desk, opens the window, and yeets it to test. His new armor.
As you eat it, sure, roll me, I guess, either an athletics or acrobatics check will work.
Actually, I wanted to ask this before, but does the charges apply to athletics?
What does it say?
Uh,
Is it strength checks?
Yeah, it says strength check or saving throw.
Yeah, if strength checks applies to strength skill checks, so yeah, athletics applies.
Alright, then I guess I'm using this now. I'm spending a charge to use my
nothing like
of magical strength.
Let's test this new thing you've been working on before you slept. Alright then. Yeet! Oh. Maybe it was Xanther loudly shouting "Uno" over the wall that kind of like disturbed your throat for a bit, but you did feel. But as when you felt like you would have like let go of the rock, you feel some sort of like magical guidance around your hand, like correct the trajectory of your elbow and your wrist, and the slight movements as if being like automatically and magically adjusted. The angle kind of corrects itself, and you throw the rock where it hits the tree and bounces off. But I mean, you didn't throw it far, but you felt it. You think it worked?
I mean, I guess the only way to find out is go out and do something. He says that and then walks out.
As you walk off, actually, you see that the application form for your job is actually on the desk, and it has been signed that, well, from your conversation with your future employer, Mina Lee should be paying you all a visit very soon.
Ooh.
And as you walk out, you see this scene unfolding before you, as Bob slowly absorbs a piece of bread into his face.
Oh, you three are early. Oh, wide-eyed.
Oh.
Hey, why?
What were you saying?
Morning was the Dan was just saying that they were up early.
Yep, and well,
I'm always up, so it doesn't really make a difference to me.
as Murdock talks to you, Gyan, Freddy on their head kind of like mimics their head rotations as if in perfect sync.
Can I tell that, that Freddy is alive?
Roll me an Arcana check this time. Yeah, with advantage. As Murdock turns their head, Freddy turns their head in like the exact same way and the same gestures that the same head tilt gestures Murdock makes Freddy also. And yep, you can sense it. Freddy seems magical now.
Gyan says to Murdock, did you give your pet the same treatment you have? Alluding to her blue self.
Well, if you mean I killed him, then yes. I definitely did. But I mean,
You scared-
death is just a part of life, so
No, the irony of you saving him last night and then killing him the same day.
yeah, well, that's how it is.
I see. And then he just realizes, like as he turns the corner, he realizes what Sinetis is wearing, and then he just looks at him, sort of. Wait, let me send the meme. Do you guys know the blinking meme, right?
Yeah.
He blinks.
yeah.
He just does that, and then he just sits down.
And well, with that whole conversation and you Midnight reacting to however you would react to hearing Murdock killed Freddy and then Freddy's alive again. However you process that, you do that, and yep, exactly that. Let's just say 1, 2. Ah, there we go. Over in this corner, this time, Arleigh, you've tried to get used to sleeping on the bed. However, this is you, Snow. Whereas last time you slept on the trees, this time as last night as you were trying to go back up the trees, you were kind of like commented and pointed out by some of your first year floor mates, and they were like, "Who's that? Who's that Owlin girl sleeping on the trees?" And you were kind of like somewhat peer pressured, somewhat like motivated to, okay, maybe not in a place where everyone can see you. So you tried sleeping in the bed for a first time. And is Arleigh the type to get comfortable on a new bed, or do they sort of like sleep in as they physically have to adjust to a new sleeping environment? How does Arleigh start their day if Anne Frederick died? God damn it. Wait, that's not the song. Just Snow, did you catch all that? Leia wakes up and does her daily meditation training before heading out to the lounge area where Bob is basically. Alright, then we got that, alright. And as you head out, you see 4 of your friends already woken up with Bob at the center as usual. Murdock has a little friend on the top of their head, but other than that, everything seems normal, and Sinetis is handing everyone out some snacks. Maybe something else. Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
And yeah, you see Sinetis wearing the apron as it is. It's hard not to see it with the bright pink contrasting his normally dark skin and hair. That looks cute.
Thanks. Expect to see it more often.
And well, did you actually tell them that you're working here now?
No.
No, you just everyone just sees this and just you're left to your own assumptions. What have you guys been doing?
I killed a frog.
Amazing. What? And as that question ponders on everyone's minds, Celeste, you wake up with Roxy on your face.
Okay. Good morning, Roxy.
Roxy hops off and onto the seat.
She just kinda stretches before getting up.
As you get up for a new day. Roxy follows and sensing the warm spot on the bed where you slept kind of like curls up and
She just kinda looks at Roxy and kinda pats her.
Oh yeah, these frogs can understand me now. Oh yeah, let's discuss that later on. And well, you had a pleasant sleep. No dreams that you can remember at least, but well, the memories of the previous day coming to you as you remember remember almost emotionally and tragically the feeling of having to shoot at the very frog that you're patting now. Thankfully, that has been resolved. Other than that, the day seems to start off well, as you can hear your friend seemingly conversing and talking about certain things.
Right. She grabs her guitar and says to Roxy, "Listen, I have to do stuff today, so please behave while I'm out, okay?"
She's starting to fall asleep.
Then I go out of my room.
As you go out of your room, everybody once again meets up.
Good morning.
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 So what you're up
Morning.
Morning things.
to? Celeste just looks at Sinetis and his apron.
Alright, and since we're doing that. And Arleigh, as you actually say morning, you hear behind you. Morning.
No.
As midnight, you did not notice that Monty has apparently escaped your room from behind you, as you forgot to have closed the door.
Stealthy frog.
You could have sworn you heard that, Arleigh. I just facepalm. As
Monty is a Oblivion NPC confirmed.
Yeah, you understood the basic greeting as yeah. Well, it translated somewhat into the feeling of a morning greeting, yeah. That doesn't normally happen.
What was that?
Arleigh says to everyone else, nobody?
Who was what?
I thought I heard a different
Boys say good morning. Morning, Monty. Morning, Freddy. Oh!
You okay? Gyan just looks really confused.
You frogs can talk? What? We can?
Gyan turns to Midnight and asks, is there a psychiatrist in our university? Because I think Arleigh needs one right now.
Well, I can understand you.
Whoa. Dope. Ribbit.
Just ribbit.
That's just
Rude. I've heard of some people being able to do that too.
Gyan just says to Arleigh, you imagine your friend wakes up in the morning, comes up to you, and says that frogs can talk to them now. Just think that over a bit.
You happen to... What else do you do, Arleigh?
my aunt and grandpa could talk to animals too.
I really didn't want to see frogs now, but here we are. As much. Does your book normally glow like that?
Because I somehow managed to acquire the skill myself.
What? Did you hear that, son? Still jealous of that grandpa. What? Bob asked if your book normally glows like that. Higher pitched Aaron, is that even possible?
I mean, that's what you sound like.
Well, now that got sidetracked up, Bob was asking, does your book normally glow like that?
Oh shit, they know now.
Book? As you kind of look, Arleigh, to the book in your pocket, you can see one page slightly glowing. Grab and check the page.
Oh,
As you slowly grab the page and see the glowing book, you see a couple of words that were never there before slowly start to form from the ink. Eventually, I mean, I don't know, I haven't heard your voice yet, so I'm just trying different voices for everyone each session. You just see words reading up at this point like, dear granddaughter or whoever received this, if you happen to have had some side effects by being exposed to the magicus of this book, worry not, for it is normal, as I have experienced some of them myself, and you will continue to see, well, your abilities let's call them that, develop as you slowly gain more experience with the outside world. The more creatures you see, well, let's just say you'll have a bit of a more entertaining time in your studies. Signed, Grandpa. Guess it's part of my training to understand animals. Whoa.
I mean, it makes sense. Looks at owl person.
Well, you all are something. Entertaining experience though when seeing animals. Let's not think about that. Okay, that one was on snow.
Moving on.
Moving on.
Moving along. Anyway, what are your plans for today? Gyan just says all of that.
BRB. I flip a page about 16. When will we meet? As you all kind of like think back to what your plans are for today and recall what your and recall what was that happened last time on your and reflect on the events. You actually hear a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. In once again the familiar Nora's voice. I was told that hello there. Mina Lee wants to see you all.
Oh,
Let me grab her.
All right, she did say something about that.
Oh yeah. Interview.
oh yeah, that too.
You all talk about it as I grab tokens from across multiple maps because there's just so many. There she is. Oh, let me open my notes on this part. Where do you want? There we go. And well, how do you all respond as Nora was at the door?
Did you
Uh,
change back? Because we are still at the loading screen.
God damn it!
is the door
Discord.
open or is it
The
closed?
the door hasn't opened yet. Nora's
Okay, I'm
Nora's
gonna
waiting
open the
for a
door.
response. Yeah, Sinetis goes up to the door and opens it. As opening the door, Sinetis, you see your co-worker Nora, and beside her is a girl wearing the silver quill uniform, presumed to be a second year, with a pencil on, like, you know how people put pencils on top of their ear, that and a little wooden notepad. Good morning. I hope this isn't a bit too early, but I want to get some rounds done on the grounds today, and well, your dormitory happened to be very conveniently along the way. I was told she wants to see you all and talk about some stuff.
Oh yeah. That. I'm in.
As you can see, Nora a bit tired face, just even though he also just addressed me, and Nora also just takes it as a chance to rest inside your dorms. Ooh, her.
Hey there.
Let me grab some stuff over here. Uh, as Mina makes her way into the room again, seeing, well, first of all, she turns her eyes to the half snake man wearing a bright pink apron, the dead person with a frog on their head, a frog on the floor, and everything else. Apart from that, honestly, typically normal. As Mina actually bows a bit in front of all of you and just reintroduces herself. Uh, Mina Lee, pen person of the Strixhaven Star. I have come here as part of my desire to interview you all as the rumored heroes of Strixhaven campus on their first day of orientation notice. Mind if I all come here to ask you all a few questions, as well as he looks at you specifically, Gyan, you about your employment?
Sure.
Okay, and well, she goes a bit here to the fireplace as Nora, you see, as Sinetis, you see Nora just go over to one of the walls and start leaning on it, and as flipping through her notes, Mina goes to her questions and may I just ask, what happened exactly on your orientation challenge? I heard there was a bit of a conundrum as the rumor mill has been spinning very fast lately, as my ears have picked up. He's asking what happened on your first day. Welcome to the zoo dormitory. Who wants to explain to her?
I mean, the challenge went as normal, but then
He takes notes of everything you're saying.
But then while we were about to leave the library...
Oh? Yeah, go on.
Don't mind that, my mom barged in
Um,
He continues, while we were going out, we noticed a scream and we saw that in the library, Rosie was screaming for help as she got bit by a mimic. And after that, we tried to stop the mimic, and then there were more mimics, this time disguised as books.
I see. This Rosie, did she happen to be a part of some sort of club activity, or was all of this by her own doing? Yet no wonder that chest was heavy for them. She's asking if Rosie was alone in this, or if it was part of something. Yes, this is an actual interview about if you all remember what happened. I don't know. Well, there were 2 students helping her. 2 students, I see. Did she mention any sort of activity being done by perchance a club of sorts?
And they think that roleplay club, I think.
This was part of an activity done by the live action role-playing guild. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it was a prop for them.
A prop, I see, and she takes notes of everything you all say. You say that this trunk turned into a mimic and there were books inside of it. Did you all happen to identify the source of the transmutation, I assume?
We do not know. When we slew all of the mimics, there was a black residue that came out of them, and then they turned back to their inanimate self.
Black residue. Okay, she takes notes of it. Alright then, that seems... And from what I've heard, you all were the ones to vanquish it.
You could say that.
Very impressive. This is a bit slight tangent, but I've heard from my employer actually that, well, a similar group of students also dispatched incident with now that she's looking at Freddy and Monty. Size-changing frogs. Are you all familiar with that?
No. Yeah.
Oh?
That was actually just yesterday.
Why is Sid doing the talking? Nobody else is doing the talking, that's why. When I slammed the mimic. Okay, so that was you. I've heard from Miss Tanglewood herself that in our establishment, rowdy first years decided to have a game of frog racing and magical mishap. Are these two events perchance connected? Or were they all separate incidents?
Probably
mean-
connected.
I mean, we can only speculate, but the frogs also left the same black residue as before.
Oh, more of this mysterious black residue. She kind of like taps her forehead with a pencil. And how were these frogs dispatched? Were they also? I've heard that they were subdued. And how exactly were you all able to do that?
Violence.
Oh, she just knocked out. Well, which one is it?
They were
PTSD.
violently knocked out.
Oh, yeah. Well, she just takes note of that without much comment. As you see, all the frogs are okay. I see, huh? Okay, no worry about needing to censor that for the final press release. Okay, that covers most of the questions. What made you all motivated to tackle these problems yourselves instead of seeking help from the faculty, might I ask?
We were there, so
Why not? Oh, such bravery. Okay. Well... Are other people giving reasons? Well, we were there and we might as well have taken care of the situation. Such initiative from the incoming first years. So that I'll make sure to write about that in your entry. You see, as I've mentioned before, I'm a penman of the Strixhaven Star, the monthly newspaper that goes out around campus, and I've just been looking for the best scoop I could find to publish for next month's paper. I've heard rumors from connections I've had that a certain group of heroic first years decided to take action upon themselves and are getting a reputation of being, well, slightly exaggerated, but creature slayers and such other names of the sort. I came here to ascertain if they were true or exaggerated, although set my zero.
Heroic might be going a bit too far, Gyan just says.
I see. Although I did hear one case from an anonymous source who wishes to remain unnamed that one such member of you participated in the frog race and engaged in acts of cheating to win the prized cup. I don't know myself
Cheating?
if this is true. Yes, I hear news from multiple mouths, not just one, to cite multiple sources and get my information right.
Is your source perhaps salty about losing?
Well, I cannot disclose private information about my clients, but well, it seems that among the positive reactions you all have gained from the new student body, you've also ascertained some negatives in certain parts. I came here to find out which was true and which was just rumors.
If it's Quintilius, then he's lying. He's just salty about losing.
So let's see. First party. Man. Oh, that seems to be it. Oh, and as I'm wrapping up, she just pulls out from her pocket a sheet of paper to you, Gyan, specifically about your contract in terms of service. And well, this is separate from our discussion, but starting at, you just see some scheduled times on weekdays where you can, where it just says that at least like 2 to 3 times per week show up at the cafe, do work, stuff like that. And Mr. Hare too, apparently. Yeah, too.
Oh,
I mean, as the accomplice of said winner, I may be biased, but you can ask others there as actual parties. Okay, as she kind of like looks over her notes again. Alright, goodness, that should do about most of the stuff, although I'm not exactly a sort of action writer myself, though, as for this to reach the front page and for all you to accumulate a more positive reputation, as I assume you all want, I need some form of credibility or eyewitness accounts of you all accomplishing these heroic or heroic deeds where you all showcase your abilities and such. Do you all know anyone who can vouch for you, or perhaps something you can all take care of right now, or for me to be the witness myself and claim full 100% authenticity?
fellow first years Rosie and Xanther Bowie might be good eyewitnesses.
Make sure to interview them. Oh, is this perchance the same Rosie of the live-action role-playing guild you mentioned earlier?
Yes, that would be the same person.
Okay, thank you, and right then.
Why asking you out of character?
Yeah.
But who were the 2 teachers we met after the first fight?
You know them to be Professor Mavinda and Kendall.
Professor Mavinda and Kendall were also there after the first incident.
I'll make sure to have their accounts, and
It was also the cafe owner.
Miss Tanglewood, my employer. I know her very well. Alright then, she just closes her notes, and well, that should do for about today, but if there's something you are all willing to take care of that I I myself may be personal eyewitness to, I would love to do that, as I prefer she just goes a bit off tangent and just says, my personal fascination is with the use of language, as you might have been able to tell. You see, the written word and the spoken are different and have their own nuances, and by extension of that, the eyewitness accounts of one person may differ from the rest depending on, well, how they view your actions and the word choice they use. I myself, as a journalist, seek authenticity in my words, and well, for myself, I would prefer something I personally witness over rumors, as I like to gather information I've heard from from working at the cafe and making my rounds. And if you can all prove that you are truly the ones capable enough to take care of these such problems, it would very much, and let's just say, inspire me to write words deserving of the front page. And at that, Nora actually raises a hand from here, as Sinetis, she's been listening in on the whole conversation. You want them to prove themselves even after all that? Well, I'm not. I assume I might have implied that, but it would be more preferable and more deserving of the front page if I personally sought to myself their abilities, and you want to see them take care of certain troubles? You can say that, yes. Well, Nora actually looks to you, Sinetis. I'll leave it to Retro to pick up on the signal.
Oh, I'm stupid.
Were you paying attention?
Kind of. I'm trying to make sure you can't hear my siblings being loud in the background, so I missed a lot.
So like less? Nora's just waiting for you, Sinetis, if you remember it, what she told you.
I don't remember.
Okay, then roll me just to help. Roll me a basic, just flat intelligence check.
Okay, I'm gonna roll in that one. It was ends too. Oh shit!
Well, Retro might not remember, but Sinetis knows exactly what. Well, that's a nat 20 memory check.
Ew.
Sinetis, you, in your conversation with Nora before you both split off to deliver to each of the certain rooms, you remember Nora talking about some magical mishap experiment some first years did at the music lounge, where whatever it was, it caused a mess of some kind. You weren't really sure, as she never went in full detail about what happened, but she seems to be implying that if you want all of you to prove yourselves to Mina, that is a currently occurring problem in the dormitories.
Okay. Well, what I heard, he sneaks a side eye at Nora. Something in the music area we can deal with.
Oh? Mina.
Don't know too much, but apparently some students were getting up to something and something went wrong. So
We've been trying to make our way in, but sometimes the doors just won't budge, and when we go in and fix certain aspects of the lounge, it just gets messed up again the moment we leave the room. It's been occurring for the past day, I'd say. It's a new problem, and we haven't exactly figured out the source of. As the students who caused it seem to have ran away before they witnessed whatever was the result of their mishap experiment. You're implying that you want that these fine folk, he points to all of you, can take care of the trouble in the music lounge for you. If that is something they would like to do, what do we get for doing these quests? Alright. What do we get? Well, first of all, my personal word of authority about the authenticity of your stories. A front page on the Strixhaven Star announcing that you are all confirming that you are all actually true to the positives of the rumors surrounding you, and any personal requests you might all want. As Mina goes out. I'd say you can all ask me a personal favor if you ever want to find a store of knowledge or secrets that might not normally be common to those of you, as I am, in my 2 years here at Strixhaven, have gathered my own library of rumors, truths, facts, and various nuances of our academy that not everyone generally knows. If you ever want to find out or get an edge in some research you're doing. Money? Oh, that too. I can also just pay. I can also just do that.
Secrets, huh?
Yes, if you want something a bit more obscure and unlikely to be found in normal methods, I may, with my connections, know some ways around it if you want that. The other
Well
needs
then.
more than just money.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. As Nora kind of like perks up from the back of her leaning. The music lounge is over to the northwestern side of this same first floor. It's the one with the barred door. I'll ask the staff to remove it and to remove the bars. We kept them there to just avoid other first years from going in and actually getting into the trouble themselves. Arleigh, I just said, since you're right next to her, you notice that Nora's kind of just been dozing off and barely listening to the conversation.
Congrats.
Maybe I should. Knowing that you all will be taking care of this problem in our stead is bringing a vast sense of comfort over me. I'll have to thank you all myself personally if you are to deal with this, as it is the personal problem of me and the staff, the dormitories. You don't actually have to do this if you all don't want to. It's just she just sighs and just kind of like leans forward, almost falling asleep. Sinetis, you want to catch her?
Yeah.
You catch Norez. He's just dozing off the tiredness.
It's no problem. You should go rest in your room.
Thank you. Just starts, yeah. And where do you put her?
I'll put it on the couch.
You just put her on the couch. You just make some space for Nora to sit. I'll take care of you. You'll get some good rest. I will protect her. I will watch over her like a sentinel at night. I'll ask about whatever that is later.
Don't worry about it.
And well, the party has just been sent on a personal request that Mina Lee would like to see for herself an eyewitness account of you all accomplishing similar feats. The rumors that has been spreading around campus about everything you've all done. Bob the Guardian Angel. And as that seems to happen, you can all talk for a bit as I spend a couple minutes chowing on some food, a minor break.
Okay, just asking the party for a bit. What was going on in the music lounge? Because I was gone for a bit there.
Ugh. Things keep getting messed up whenever they fix them. So stuff gets cleaned, they come back, it gets messed up. You don't know what's going on.
Oh, so they just assume that it's the students doing it. They haven't actually seen what's going on.
Yeah, they haven't actually seen anything happening.
Okay. Actually, I'll take this break and go finish making my tea.
Just to summarize what's been said, Nora claims that they discovered a couple of first years performing some sort of experiment that she claims went wrong, and they ran from the room before really seeing what the results was, and her and the staff discovered it afterwards, tried to clean up the mess, went back, it was messed up again, cleaned it up again, and it just kept repeating, which is why she's a bit exhausted.
Hmm.
And Mina using this chance to personally see for herself if the rumors about Europe and about this party's deeds were true or if they were just exaggerated.
So are we checking it out now?
Yeah, the lounge should be ready when you're all prepared. And the DM gets a small break by chowing on some food.
I'm guessing Sinetis is already wearing his armor, right?
Yeah, we can say that. And
Okay.
even if not, you don't exactly have to go to it immediately, but yeah, you all have some time to prepare and talk and think about how you all want to do this.
I have.
Oh, as you say that, Mina's eyebrows kind of perk up and just it doesn't say anything, but she's watching. You can feel her gaze on you.
Wanna see?
She nods.
I take it out.
Alright, I'll spend some time formulating some questions for later interview than about what this substance. All right then, I'll leave, and she just prepares that for another time. I want to try if that spell works on that view. Wait, what's the reason?
Spell? Well, alright then.
There's no real time right now. I'm just nomming while.
Gyan looks at Midnight and goes, "So you signed up to work at the cafe, huh?"
You all can just use this chance to talk to each other, discuss what the fuck happened to you all, any questions you have with each other's character. Just an opportunity for y'all to get to know each other. Stuff like what the fuck was up with Midnight's sword? Detect poison in the sea. Alright, then you spend a couple. Yep, if you're casting as a ritual, that's about like 10 extra minutes, which you all have time for. Sure. I'll just say the results of that after everything else you all want to talk about because it canonically 10 minutes, so we can do that last. If you all have any questions about each other's characters, do stuff like that. Well, I get to know each other.
Jan asks Midnight again, "So what job are you picking up at the cafe?" "Oh, Hare, yeah, the same as me then." Jan puts out a fist to fist bump. Midnight returns the favor, I guess.
Pretty much done, so nice. Bro.
Nice.
Anything else anyone want to talk to each other about? Otherwise, we'll finish Arleigh's ritual.
Yeah, I guess just move on.
Alright then, as you actually let me read up on what poison and disease specifically says. BRB. Alright, sure. Whatever Shadow's typing, and I'll just read up on what the spell does. Alright, seems simple enough.
Oh yeah, the Disney princess.
To a baristas? That's cool. Alright,
Uh,
as the ritual finishes up, Arleigh, you you feel it work as expected. However, maybe it's just because this substance has been diluted, or it's been a while, or you sense that it's some form of dirty liquid at this point, as whatever oil, whatever stickiness it had before has sort of like kind of diluted now and filtered to the bottom of the glass, and you sense that there might be some microbacteria in this, but whatever was in it at this point in time, with everything having passed, whatever you could have sensed isn't here anymore. But you could feel like there was some kind of, like, I guess, some form of contamination here that revealed itself and then proceeded to die. But yeah, stuff like that. Right then, anything else anyone want to do? It's Fantasy Code. No, we're not doing Secret Arc 1 again.
I'm back.
Looks like the goo isn't as gooey. Now can't seem to pinpoint any poison on this.
See.
If you all are done, I would personally like to come see this, since I have some time, but not all the time in the world. Do you all want to proceed?
I'm ready.
I'm ready to go.
Are you
Yep,
bringing
ready.
Freddy and Monty, or just Freddy?
I'm bringing Freddy.
Is it just Freddy? Or are you not even bringing Freddy? Fine, I'll
Yeah,
bring
I'm
Monty.
just.
It'll bring Monty. Yeah, what was that, Yatsu?
I'm just bringing Freddy.
Alright then, you'll bring Freddy. Anything else anyone want to prepare before heading out? Arleigh's just gonna hear this frogs having conversation.
Oh my god.
Look, Freddy, I am being lifted. How do you enjoy the view? It is glorious. What pact is midnight again? Warlocks don't get packs yet to level 3.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
Get back to the chain and get a familiar.
You could do that. All right then. Okay then. Does everyone want to proceed?
Yeah.
Pact of the
Yeah.
Chain does apply to the Inkling. The Inkling is a familiar.
Oh yeah, that's true, I guess.
That's okay. That's something you can think about later. But now, the party gathers forth. And-
Before they head out, Sinetis looks at Nora and says, "Get some rest, will you? You deserve it."
Nora dozes off onto the couch and just.
Oh, by the way, just a player question.
Yeah.
But is Sinetis like going out to investigate this in his apron?
You take
Is
off
he
the
just like running with the
Actually.
fashion statement?
You know what? Fuck it. He's keeping it on. You don't
I mean,
know.
yeah.
You don't want his outfit to get dirty.
I mean, this is Nora's problem, so by extension, this is your work problem too.
Yeah.
This is technically part of your job.
There you go.
This is
I'm gonna
part
keep
of
this. I'm gonna
Sinetis.
keep the apron on.
I'm just.
It's part of his aesthetic now.
It's so long as you're in the dormitory, this is basically your uniform.
Yeah. I love it.
All right, then
This is great.
as Mina follows behind you, we are to go. Not Nora. Ta-da. Eventually, as everyone passes by here, you were instructed that the music lounge was to the northwest. And as you all make your way through a door, you smell the smell of the kitchen. Over here is another doorway leading outside. If you all ever want to go exploring there, and eventually, you even actually pass by what is very clearly labeled as a bar for those who actually want to indulge in those.
Oh.
And eventually, you make your way towards the music lounge, where just like as Nora instructed, the bars have been removed and put down on the ground. And what do you all do? We're now here.
Open the door.
As Mina just kind of says, now if anything were, now I personally would like to abstain from aiding you, as I would like to see for myself the true authentic problem solving your group has. So she's basically just telling you she's here to observe, not to really help, as she wants to be an impartial party.
That's fine by us.
All right then. Do you all? Well, I was planning on working at the garden. Do you all just
Pen
open
the door.
Yes, and
Yep.
open the door. And just like by okay, it looks clean on the map, but what you can see over here is a slightly messy site, as the chairs have been misplaced. There's some from what you could tell, like wood from the rafters up above fallen down, and just everything is disorganized.
Okay, right as we enter, I just want to get this out of the way.
Yeah.
Right when he enters, can cast Detect Magic as a ritual?
Okay, actually, yeah. Well, detect magic as a ritual would take 10 minutes. You want to spend 10 minutes?
Sure, I guess.
Okay, do you all head in and cast detect magic, or are you casting detect magic inside? Or are you casting detect magic outside, or are you casting it inside?
Inside the room.
Then does everyone just walk in?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, as everyone walks in and Mina takes a bit of place here, first of all, you see once again the music lounge, which is this area. Celeste, you see very clearly what would have been a pretty stage if the piano wasn't tossed aside, the chairs weren't thrown about, some legs were snapped, and okay, as this is technically 10 minutes, anyone want to do something in between that time? Anything you particularly want to search or look at?
Sinetis is just gonna slither around the room to see if anything is out of place. Something's there that doesn't belong, I guess.
If possible, specify something you're looking at rather than just I look around. What specific part of the room? What are you looking at? What are you aiming to find?
The tables.
What about the tables?
Under the tables.
Under the tables, alright then. Okay, Sinetis looks under the tables for anything. Arleigh investigates if there might be any of the black goo. Anyone else want to look around or do something? I'll look at the chairs, there's some stuff there. Midnight looks at the chairs, and Monty goes with you.
I'm gonna look at the
Gyan
piano.
you're looking at the piano. Murdock, you want to look at something?
I'll just look around for any tampering.
Tampering. Alright then, and Mina just goes over here to the corner. So as Gyan is casting detect magic as a ritual over here at the center, let's go one by one. Remind me again what we were searching for, Sinetis?
I'm just something out of place, something that doesn't belong, I guess.
Something that doesn't belong relating to the tables. Yeah, I guess
I
roll
don't
me
know.
an investigation check.
Uh-oh. That's not a... investigation's int. So actually...
Investigation can be at least decent after that, yeah. That's a fair.
Hey!
As you're looking around for anything that was out of place on the tables and such, you eventually look around at the placements of. You kind of like compare where the table was supposed to be versus where it is now. That how things were knocked aside, if they were tossed aside in any specific direction. You can at the least very well tell that they were pushed in a way. They were pushed aside and they were knocked over, stuff like that. That's what you can tell. The tables and the chairs were. They weren't like thrown. They were at the very least like you can at least compare the distance of how far they moved. They didn't move that far, but they were at least displaced.
He's gonna start fixing the table, putting it back. I guess
putting them back to where they were. Arleigh, you are looking for the black goo specifically, so roll me an actual perception check.
Oh.
Oh, that's a
Yep.
That's
As expected.
Yep. Well, there comes that skill expert. Beastly perception comes in handy. As you are looking for any traces of black goo in general, Arleigh, your eyes and I guess flying around this place eventually come to look at somewhere around where Gyan is setting up the ritual circle for detect magic. You see not black goo, but some icky substance at the ground where it seems to at least originate. It seems to have melted off by now or dried off, but you look at the color and it's more. While looking for black goo, you look around for any like dark spots, any stuff like that. There doesn't seem to be any here, as it's rather whatever substance or chemical concoction that the students performed here. They seem to have dried up, and from what you can tell, the residue seems to be lighter, almost as of a yellowish color. I mean, you can tell that you search for the black goo. You don't find any black, but you find some chemical leftover substance around where Gyan is, around the center of the room, where you can probably deduce that that's where the experiment took place. It's like dried and crusty. Want to do something about it? Yeah, if you have any action you want to do. Yeah, this is all just happening as Gyan's casting detect magic. Anything you want to respond to that with? As over at the corner, Mina is just taking notes at the actions everyone is taking. I'm gonna do detect poison and disease again to the whole room as a. You're also doing it as a ritual. Alright then. Let's just say that will, I guess that ends any action you're doing right now, as you need to concentrate on doing the ritual as well as beyond. Right, we got it then. They just circle pentagram on the thing and 6 on it, holding her brush. Alright then, let's move on to Celeste. What specifically about the piano and stage are you wanting to look at?
You said the piano was like thrown to the side, right?
Yeah, displaced.
Yeah, I kind of want to see if there's any marks on the piano to determine the absolute size of whatever this thing is.
You look at the piano and just look at, and piece together what things were being moved, how far it was moved. Just roll me an investigation check. Ooh. Maybe we are Satan worshippers. As you look at the piano and look at it being displaced, you can very much tell that. First of all, this thing is just as expected to be relatively heavy. It's not a piano with wheels. It's very much something that's lifted and then put wherever it's supposed to go. So it's not like a moving piano. So whatever moved it moved like at the very least like around 15 feet far, which is some accomplishment if whatever moved it was strong or just. And you look at the state of the piano, and on your here you can actually tell that some of the keys are like snapped off and removed as you slowly like lift whatever the cover part of the keyboard is. You can see that similar to what Arleigh saw, there's some dried like residue on the strings, and you press one of the keys, it plays one note. You press another key, but it kind of like it. There's just no sound coming out as the string was just snapped. You kind of like you're a little sad as this instrument has, well, it's not in a condition to play anymore, and as a musician, that kind of downs your heart a little bit. But
Pain.
Was pain, and it was moved aside, and you can see some like dried up whatever material inside of it, and you look as well on the path. There's seemingly some of that. Over here, Midnight. What are you looking at? Hi. Yeah, I know about the satanic panic you're talking about. So yeah, that was a wild time. I wasn't alive for that, but yeah. Anyone who's deep into D&D knows about the satanic panic. That was just I'm looking at the chairs that can be used in experiments. Alright then, I'll let you choose between either perception or investigation. As you're looking around for specific items. That's 7. Well, do you have inspiration? I do. If you want to use that or something, just remember that. Yeah, you all do have that. If you want to use it, do you want to use it? Alright then, if you want to use the inspiration, Midnight, re-roll it for me. I'm actually gonna watch Spider-Man tomorrow with Mingy. Finally. Well, that is certainly a re-roll.
Damn.
Well, inspiration comes in handy. As you investigate and look around for any remnants of supplies or whatever materials was done or were used rather, Midnight, you look around and around the parts where Gyan is, I see that you see me, right? You look up and see that above you there's stage lights and the camera crew, and you're not supposed to see that. There's supposed to be a roof up there. Just kidding. That's just, you look around and see like some remnants of what can very much be some shattered. What you actually see shattered glass, and what you piece together to be like remnants of beakers. There's one of those like like you find like a lot of scattered chemistry supplies over like underneath tables. Some of them are, and that 20 actually does give you something else that will appear later. And well, and you see shattered chemistry supplies, which what you can tell like they started at the center where Gyan was, and then somehow made their way across all corners of the room, as if they were moved or dragged somewhere. However, One thing you do notice is that Midnight, you're slightly of a scholar, so you can piece together this. It doesn't look like a complete set. From everything you've looked at, like there's the bottle, there's like the torch, there's some of the supplies. Some materials normally needed for an experiment, not all of it is complete. You kind of notice that whatever was used here, either it was destroyed or put somewhere else, or it just went missing. Alright then, how do you react to that? And otherwise, we can proceed with Murdock. You have one action you can do, and we can say it, and then we move on to Murdock. We can all talk with each other and help each other. Yeah. I assume everyone's just telling each other this, so you all know what everyone knows. You take pieces and stuff. Yeah, I assume no one's really holding back any information. Yeah, everyone tells each other what they're saying. Alright, so, yes. Chan, Murdock, what are you searching?
I was looking for just general tampering of stuff.
General tampering. Alright, and as you're looking around for any specific place, like side of the room, ceiling, floor, whatever?
The ceiling.
As you look at the ceiling for tamperings and such, roll me yeah, you can roll me either a perception or investigation check. Yeah. Ooh, as you actually look around and investigate the ceiling, there you actually do notice it. As Arleigh talks about the goo she finds, and Celeste the dried whatever goo material she finds, that Celeste talks about the one she finds, and you actually look up, and over at one of the rafters where the wood has snapped, you can see that there is also some there, and above Arleigh, actually, you can see a semi-solid mass of green slime? Not green, yellow slime? Question mark. And do you react to that first?
There's something up there.
As Arleigh, you look up from your ritual cast, and yeah, okay. I'm just asking you react to anything else specifically, Murdock, before we finish up the rituals.
No, I just tell everyone that there's something.
Okay, so everyone kind of just... Does everyone, like, just come to look at it?
Yeah.
Just kind of, like, hops down to look up, and over, like, above Arleigh and above Gyan, you see two, like... I guess, like... In size, it's like a 5... Like, I guess, slightly in... Like, I guess, a large-sized glob of yellow mass that looks like it's starting to drip down, but it's solid enough where it's keeping together. And by this point, Gyan, your detect magic would have finished, and by extension, Arleigh's... What ritual did you cast again, Arleigh? Was it detect poison? Detect poison disease. All right then. And you actually as Gyan. All right then. Sid, remind me again how far the radius of detect magic is. Is it 15? It's 15, right? Sid?
It says 30 feet from you.
30. Oh, okay. Then that's just checking if you can like get the entire room and fit in your spot. And let's just check. 30 feet radius or diameter?
It just says within 30 feet of you.
Okay, so let's just that. Okay, then you get the whole room. As checking how far you would reach, and as your detect magic goes off, Gyan, you can very much sense that there was some manner of transmutation project magic conducted in this room, where you sense that there is some lingering amount of magic, and most of it is concentrated on the trails of the goo that you all feeling. And two large, like if your detect magic was a radar, two large spots seem to glow on it, seem to glow on your radar, and you look up, and yep, that's very much those are very much the spots of concentrated magic above you. Those two spots, as whatever happened here, it was some form of transmutation. And Arleigh, as you detect poison and disease, you can detect a faint amount of the same lingering feeling of that dirty water Murdock handed you around the same places that Gyan senses.
Something's up with those slime things.
What do you do?
Since the detect magic lasts for a while, can I look at the chemistry equipment Midnight found?
Yep, Midnight, you hand it to him. Yep, as Midnight walks up to you, as you and Midnight walk up to each other, you kind of use the detect magic to focus on the chemistry equipment that you recognize the magical signature of the equipment, where Midnight has gathered some of it, but it doesn't look like a complete set. You recognize the same traces of transmutation magic on it until you try to find, like, if it's within the same spot, like, if this is one part of the set, maybe you can find the other parts, and scattered around, like, underneath some... It's like a half-complete chemistry set, and you're trying to find the signature of the second half if it's still in the room, and yep, you detect it with detect magic. A lot of them have been spread up on the rafters on the ceiling, seemingly inside those gooey masses. I think you think you found the rest of the sets.
Is there any sort of materials on the set itself that isn't the goo?
Well, if they're ever what kind of materials are you like?
Like if we're talking about like real life chemistry, is there like traces of acids or bases or something like that?
Yeah, there would be some. Yeah, there would be some semblances of that. Although it's been whatever, you can't fully tell everything that was used, as it's been like a whole, at the very least, day since Nora has been dealing with this problem. But yeah, you can sense that. Yep.
All right.
And yeah, Arleigh, you can look up, and those things are on the ceiling, like just two yellow glob masses up. Mina looks at all of you observing. I fly up, check, but not too close. Okay, Arleigh flies up. Amateurs. And yeah, Murdock, at this point, yeah, you can very much tell that these first years had no idea what they were doing. As someone with a proficiency in alchemy, you can very much tell their sloppy work. It's like they didn't even do the research about what bases react to which acids, and how transmutation reacts differently based on the different proportions and how much you heat it up. And you can very much tell that they might have heated up too much, too little on that part. Like, amateurs. And you look up at the ceiling, Arleigh, and fly up, and yeah, we can get to use flight. What specifically do you investigate? slime-looking thing. What specifically are you looking at it for? Are you searching for something, seeing if it reacts to something else? What method are you doing? Just tell me. Like, how are you reacting? Say that since Arleigh is flying, we can do zip. You can look at it. It's like, is it dry or not? It was there just recently. Roll me. I'd say a nature check. Oh, 17. And with that, you kind of look at it and see if it's like dry or not. You see that the outer layers seems to be like, yeah, some sort of dry, as the hanging bits. Like, how close are you looking at it for? Like, in what approximate feet of distance? Yes, and depending on what I can tell you. Of course, the closer you look at, the more things you can know. Like 10 feet. Yeah, you look at it, and it seems to the outside seems to be dry enough that it's keeping its form, but you look at it closer and see that whatever is inside it is gooey enough, it's malleable enough that it's slowly dripping down. As you kind of look at it, and as soon as you get within 10 feet of it, you see it sort of react to your presence. As it's normally hard, it loosens up a bit and starts to drip down onto the floor. And I'll give you, Arleigh, one reaction to it. As you see it, as you got close and are reacting to it. I'll let you know one last thing Arleigh can do. I mean, I'm not reaction. The reaction spells. Just how does Arleigh one set of actions that Arleigh can. Like, how do you, like, just like a knee-jerk reaction, how does Arleigh react to this? Just fly back and say, these slimes definitely aren't normal, and summon Feather Palette just in case. And that was what I was waiting for. As Arleigh flies back for a bit, and just go check out Secret Really Fun. We stream it live on Twitch at twitch.tv/fryingpanllama. And then as Arleigh summons Feather Palette in the middle of the air, everyone turns their head, and well, as right above you, like as you two, Gyan and Midnight, react just in time to like move 5 feet before. Sinetis, you can walk like about here. Murdock, you can keep your distance over here. As two blobs of slime fall back down onto the ground, and everyone, as you see them slowly start to animate and react to the presence of life in the room. Roll initiative.
You fighting Slammy boys.
Oh wow, they're actually really big.
Why is it every time we roll initiative,
Okay,
people roll the same initiative?
Someone keep track of initiative for me as I do some stuff behind the screen. Just
Celeste's going first. That's a.
This is Freddy. All right then. Just set some stuff up. Do not like me as yet. This, let me do that. Yatsu, can you roll another frog initiative, Monty?
Okay.
Just roll a second frog initiative for Monty.
Damn.
Okay, Celeste is a 20. Okay, let me roll screen. Then days are going to roll with that. Oh well, that's a lovely. That's 22. Arleigh rolls with a 20 over there. Sinetis rolls with a 15. Freddy rolls with a 15 as well. Midnight rolls an 8. Murdock with an 8 as well. Gyan. Where's Monty? Monty is the 13, which means that they go after midnight after Freddy. That is, you go here. Go over here. And Nina automatically goes last. As alrighty then, and let me just for Discord. As everyone sees the two blobs of slime fall back down onto the ground and start to animate, you think you all are pretty confident in knowing what the failed experiment turned into, as showing the stream. You all see this. What can you see?
Still loading.
Got
Oh, the stream died.
As you can see, two giant blobs of living slime fall down from the ceiling and place themselves over here. And well, they animate with like one specific like giant limb question mark, and well, seeming to be feeling your presences. Oh, this is gonna make for such a good story, Nina says at the back of the room. Celeste.
Oh no.
Alright. So let's see. You know what? She's gonna pull her guitar out.
Shang. Alright then.
But like she's not gonna play anything like right away. She's just gonna look at the slime in front of her and she's gonna say, good thing I wasn't close to that thing, otherwise I bet it would stink. As she casts Vicious Mockery.
Alright then, Mockery, let's put this over here. Alright then, it's a whiz save, right?
Yep.
Well, you're pretty confident that these blobs of just born yesterday aren't all that wise yet, as it rolls a 6.
Oh.
Roll me the d4. Oh! As you are targeting the one with the red outline. The one in front of you?
Yep.
Okay, as you damage it for 4, you feel it slither, squiggle in pain, question mark? You aren't really sure how this thing reacts to all of you, but you feel like it did something as it has disadvantage on its next attack. Alright then.
Gyan. I'm gonna move 15 feet down.
Down. Alright, and then just Mina just over here saying like just taking notes, confident that you're all capable of handling yourselves.
Right, enter.
Enter. Alright. Well, this thing's turn, and there's one person that says please do nothing to the cook that I would like to do exactly the opposite of. Well, let's see. Let's roll some IRL metal dice, and let's see if the metal dice are on your side or against you. It rolls, well, that's a total of 14, which it, thankfully, with your beastly AC, it does not as slow as Sinetis, as of reactively, you bring out your Branx family sword as this thing's just giant pseudopod tries to slam itself to you. You cut it right off as you see the blob of slime fall down on the ground and just start melting off, and then its giant little pseudopod thing regenerates back to look back at you. Okay, well that missed. Arleigh.
This is gonna be fun.
Yep. We're born for this. Play, you are currently flying up into the air, away from all the trouble. Oh, and I guess it'll just move like... I guess it'll move here. As you see it move, it leaves behind a trail of that goo that you can... Yep, yeah, these things were leaving the trails. Is Snow saying anything yet? Snow knows his script. Snow! Someone screenshot it for her. Arleigh's over here flying. It's your turn. Arleigh is in rhombus mode as she is flying. Alright. Okay, so... First of all... He knows... Just as Snow's typing, Sid, when you commented that we're doing Secret Arc 1 again, I physically laughed outside. You guys, yep. We're fighting slimes. Not the same slime. Thankfully, with no 5d8. I'm just saying this now, no 5d8s here. Anyone want temp HP or advantage on attack rolls? Oh, are we seeing this thing in action? Nice. Okay then. Okay, what does Arleigh do? Don't mind me as I'm just vibing. Well, let's see if this is part of the side effects. And marks on her paint glows white, and so does the white gem on her blush. And turns bear-like figure in the air and watches up near Murdock. Okay, bonus action Spirit Totem. Let me read what that does. Spirit Totem, where can I find that? Spirit Totem. Okay, which spirit are you summoning? As we're finally using subclass stuff. Well, Midnight has used his before, but yep, the ones who get subclasses at level 2 can now use them. Which totem? The 10th HP is 30-foot radius that you can see. So let's just say that. Ooh, bear totem. There. Well, for now, that's the totem, and you're putting it around. It is. What is the radius? 30-foot radius. Like, where do you center it? Like, directly above Midnight? Or not Midnight, Murdock? There. Like, directly above her? Like, the radius would look like... look like this. I'll wait for the color there. No, that's not a better color. Like that. I'd say you can move it like directly to their left, and you can get everyone. Yeah. Want to move it to their left? Everyone in the radius. Alright then. To the left and let's better. 30-foot radius, everyone inside has been accounted for. And as the bear totem gets summoned. Oh, I did it! So okay, each creature of your choice when the spirit appears, tempered 5 plus your druid level, so 5 plus 2. Everyone gets 7 temp HP and advantage on strength saving throws the aura. Alright.
Nice.
HP, so Arleigh goes from. Let me do some quick math real quick. Arleigh goes from, to update the token, 23 HP. Sinetis goes to 27 HP. Gyan goes to 16 plus 7, 23 HP. I'm just updating the token so it actually shows up. And Midnight goes to 27. Murdock goes to HP directly 20. And Celeste goes to 24, I think. Oh wait, no, 23 as well. Alright then. Is that your action? Just remind me about the strength stuff if it comes up. That was a bonus action. You want to do something else for your main action? Shepherd Druid, nice. Then with my action, I Ice Knife and throw it in between the both of them to hit them with the splash. As you throw it, you can actually hit one of them and still get them in the splash because they're large. You can hit the red one without hitting Sinetis. Yeah. Okay, then roll me an attack roll as Arleigh paints up an ice. Paints up a little icicle and shoots it off. Roll to hit. And that's a nat 1, which will miss, but they will be in the. Well, you tried, but they do still get hit by flash, which is a dex save, right? Dex save, correct? Well, let's roll for the red one. see an 18 minus 2. They don't have a lot of dex, so that's a 16. It probably passes. The blue one rolls a 12 minus 2, which is 10. Okay, one passes, one fails. Roll me the damage. Damage. Can it be? And yet it's paint slashes. As the paint slashes go forth and explode into cold, chilling frost. Roll me the 2d whatever. Oh boy, subclasses. That's 8 damage, which the one who succeeded was red. So let's do some 4 damage to them. As it kind of like chills part of it, and 8 damage on blue. And if that's unless you want to move, yep, and turn there. Okay, that was an effective turn. Sinetis.
It's my turn.
Yep.
Okay. Would salt do anything? Can I throw salt again?
Want to try bonus action salt?
Yeah. I just wanted to see if that would do anything.
You bring out bonus action salt.
Hey.
Let me just. And as the salt splashes on its surface, it just kind of like lays there for a bit until it just gets absorbed.
Okay, so it didn't do
Nothing really
anything.
here.
Okay,
You have the.
I'm gonna just cut a bitch.
Alright then, you cut a bitch.
Yeah.
Alright then. Let's see here as you brandish your sword and roll to attack I assume blue.
Yeah.
As you roll to slash him, and you very easily land your blade as you cut in between its body, trying to inflict mortal damage. Roll me your damage.
Ooh,
And
right, yeah,
that's a 13 damage. Ooh, as you cut directly through it, you cut it directly in half as 2 large blobs come from it. As well. Speaking of cutting things into 2 large blobs, I think Sid knows exactly where this is gonna go. Let me do some editing real quick on the tokens. As you did damage.
Oh no.
Yup. Let's do some stuff. Let me do some quick duplicating as the slime gets cut and multiplies into 2.
Okay.
7. Let's just do this. And do this. And do this. And then do this.
Okay, that's nice.
I just slash it. Cut it in half.
Okay. Action surge.
You want an action surge?
Yeah. I'm gonna cut the one closest to me.
Let me roll for initiative on. Let me roll. I'll just add this. I'll just say they go on the same turn. Yeah. This one action
Okay.
surge.
Let's see. I'm gonna miss, I bet. Oh!
Ooh! And as you cut it straight in half, your fighting spirit surges again, motivating you to cut quickly in succession. 1 slash, 2 slashes, another hit, roll damage once again. And that's 8 damage
Not
on
bad.
this one. Which, as once again you cut it in half, and as another one of it comes down, and let's do this.
Oh god. Oh, okay, I see that.
As slashing damage has been inflicted on them. Anything else you want to
Okay, well,
I'd say wait, let me roll some 1, 2, 3. Let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just see where it actually ends up. 1. Okay, so it ends up right next to you.
Ah, okay, nice. I guess I'm staying still. Woo.
It's staying still.
Yeah.
Alright then, is that it?
Mm-hmm. What else?
Oh boy. Freddy!
Let's go!
Like, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Fighters are good at fighting. I don't know what else to say, man.
So how exactly does the touch spell thing work? Do I have to cast it on my turn for it to
You have to
deliver?
cast it. Yeah, you have to cast it on your turn.
Okay.
You just put them next to it.
Yeah, then I will then I will let Freddy take the help action for the red one.
Freddy. Okay, if you want to do the help action, Freddy has to stand next to it, but yeah.
Yep.
Freddy hops down from your head and just presents itself very appealingly to the ooze.
And that's it.
Monty! And since Monty is not a familiar... Oh. That's it. Go. Ribbit! Oh boy. And well, this one, Little Red, looks at you, Little Blue, and just brings out its pseudopod hand and just tries to pat you on the head very aggressively. Some dice, higher roll. That's an 8. Oh, disadvantage? That was an 18, yes. Reduced to a 6, which does not. Yep, you do not have 10 AC. As it tries to slams down on you, it feels the cutting words of Celeste come and it smashes on the ground. And just to give a reference to what it would have looked like, I'll roll it in here with the bot. It does this amount of damage to the floor, and that's its turn. As the floor has kind of like cracked right next to you. You avoided that. I think. Does it want to move? I'll just roll, let's just say, 1, 2. Actually, you know what? I'll just go here. And be technically next to Murdock, as Freddy is small enough where it can move through its space. And, well, that is its turn. Midnight. Bonus action Hexblade the red one, then I go right next to it. Alright then, as you go right up next to it, let's see here. As you bonus action, set up a Hexblade's curse, attack it with your rapier. As you go summon the power of the one who gifted you magic, you mark it for death. Attack. Which definitely hits. These things are not that hard to hit. You stab it with your rapier. Alright. And, ooh, that would have been 15 damage if you didn't feel the tip of your rapier just bloop right through it, as you feel like it's not doing as effective as you thought it would have. You just stabbed it normally, and that gets reduced to half. Yep, it's resistant to piercing. It's just this. Quick math. 15 divided by 2 will be 8 damage. It doesn't split though, at least. Anything else? Nope. End turn. Well, Murdock.
Okay, I will say to Freddy, "Oh, you know what to do."
Freddy
And
turns to you.
I
Nods,
will cast Inflict Wounds.
jumps on the slime, and necromantic energy just goes through Freddy's frog legs onto the slime. Alright, then roll me the 2 hit.
With advantage.
Oh yeah, help actually, yeah. Ooh, that is a 12, which actually still hits. These things are not that hard to hit. Roll me the inflicting wounds. Is a 15 necrotic, which does about this. Oh. And with
Nice
let
one.
let me do some quick math. Alright then, it still stays up. It's just barely above half health.
Okay, then I will move back.
You want to take an attack?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, as you go back and take an attack, what direction?
To the piano.
To the piano. How far?
Like, 15 feet.
Piano. Now over here, as this thing reacts to you, trying to get away and tries to hit you with a pseudopod. That's let's see here. Oh, that's let's just. Let me do some quick math here, real quick, as the metal dice are not on. That's a 21 to hit.
Yeah, no, that definitely doesn't hit.
Yeah. Well, let us see here. I'll just do it here in the room. As this thing's pseudopod, you kind of like, you get a little bit cocky, you get a little bit confident. These things are slow. They can't really do anything to you. You taunt it, and you do some serious damage as you move away, thinking it will do nothing, and you get smacked all the way here. Good thing you had temp HP, because we'll take, first of all, 11 bludgeoning damage.
Beautiful.
And let's just here, you are currently at 20 HP, which will get reduced to this amount. However, you also feel a bit of the goo last on your body, as it does an extra. It does an extra 5 acid damage. And and well, that's a health bar. As you kind of like go away, you still manage to stand up, but you feel your back crash against the stage. You did not expect it to hit that hard. Ow. Well, that's a wizard for you with their AC.
Yeah,
Ow.
definitely alright.
I'm okay. And as Mina kind of just sees this, oh, are they okay? Oh, wow. As Mina was tempted to help you, but sees that you are all technically still under control. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Ow! Gyan! Sid?
My HP is 4.
Yep. I'm doing fine. I'm fine. I think that, yeah, the temp HP actually saved you, I think.
Yep.
Yep, you would have gotten downed with one hit. Well, they rolled shit on the first round, but on the reaction, they... Yeah. Spirit Totem, my beloved. Well, thank the Shepherd Druid. Okay, Gyan, Sid, you here? Sid? Did Sid stand up? Sid? Sid? Can everyone else? Can anyone hear Sid? I can't hear Sid.
I can't.
We can't hear you. You tried reconnecting? You're speaking, can't hear you. Okay, testing. If you're speaking, we can't hear. Can't hear you. Still a no. Huh. Alright, then we'll sort that out after your turn passes, but alright then, Gyan, it's your turn, and you just saw Murdock get smacked really hard. As Murdock is slightly... Murdock, you're just kind of like using your elbow to stabilize yourself on the stage.
I'm alright.
I'm fine. Just being a wizard. Well, these things don't tend to hit a lot, but when they do, oh boy. And he hit the slime near Sinetis with Ice Knife. Hit the slime near Sinetis. Get the other two. If you want to get all three, Sinetis will also be blasted. You can get two without Sinetis. Unless you ready your action, I guess. You can ready your action, I guess, if you want Sinetis to move away before that. But Ice Knife is a cube, and I don't think you can get all three without also hitting Sinetis in that cube. You can hit a maximum of 2 without hitting Sinetis. Yeah, he didn't move back. You can... I'll just get 2 of them. Which 2? Somebody screenshot for Snow, as I can't screenshot, or also I'll reveal the stat sheet. The 2 ones below. Alright then. Roll. You can fire an Ice Knife and roll to hit one of them. You can hit one. You can hit the bottom one and get the second one in the splash, or you can get both of them in the splash. Okay, so as that one is small enough so that it doesn't get hit by the splash, but nope, you would definitely hit as Gyan does the... Actually, oh yeah, wait. Since the big one is still next to you, it would technically be at disadvantage if you want to still continue with that. If you're hitting, or if you're just doing the splash. The splash hits them no matter what. Since you're still next to the big one. Yeah, the green radius is this here. I'll try with disadvantage. Okay, roll again. Okay, that's a 10, which still does hit. All right then, as you fire, as you smash, yeah, the slimes are with their big HP bars. They are pretty easy to hit. You pierce it with your little summon crackle crystal. Yeah, you also got 10 HP, Arleigh. You were in the radius. All right, then roll the 1d10 damage, I think. Okay, that's a 9 damage, which I think. As you damage it again for 9. It's cold damage, right? Yeah, okay, so it doesn't split. And that ice knife splashes. This one. Save which it rolls I assume a 0 doesn't pass. It rolled a 0. Yeah, rolled a 2d6. Yeah, it rolled a 0. I rolled a 2 on the die, -2. So yeah, 0. Do the 2d6 cold damage as ice knife splashes. Oh, ice knife is piercing. Okay, so that. Okay, let me just heal it for. Okay then. Rogue is rooting for the slime. Okay, so that's. Okay, I'm gonna heal it for 4 HP then. Okay. The splash is cold. Roll the 2d6 for the splash, as it failed to save. Oh, yeah. Okay then. As oh, ow, ow. Yeah. Well, the second one rolls. I think exactly 13 meets. Exactly 13 meets, right? Oh yeah, oh yeah, 18. Okay then, so Prodigy helps. They both take 4 damage. As this one is on its last, I would say last legs, but rather last drop, as it feels itself start to crust and harden. This one also takes the. Would you look at that? Prodigy actually help, and they both take 4 damage. Okay then, you wanna. The big red one's reaction has actually been taken away by Murdock, so you can move away for free. Murdock took the big blow. And this one is I don't know what else to tell you guys, but yeah.
I want to commit die.
I mean, this time it's not 1 HP. It's 2. I move back 15 to the left. 15 to the left. West? Yeah? Yeah, left. You're 15 feet back, and you can do it safely as this thing has moved away. And, yep. Okay, is that it then? It has 2 HP left. Yeah. For fuck's sake. Alright then, as the next turn passes, Mina observes you all, just looks at everything happening and takes note, and readies something in case the worst happens. Celeste.
Okay, can I move up to the spirit totem?
Like right next to it?
Like above it.
Above it. Sure you have. Yep, that's within 30 feet.
And then she grabs her guitar and she says to Arleigh, "Hey, do you remember when I said some songs are louder than others? Yeah, this is one of them. You might want to cover your ears."
Oh.
And then she uses her finger to trace the bottom edge of her sword. And as she does, the sword starts dripping something akin to lava, but darker. And then that same liquid is dripping from her finger as she starts playing the Song of Bane.
Oh.
I'm gonna cast Bane on the red slime, and the two loose lines with higher HP.
Okay, ones with higher HP. All right then. So Bane is wisdom or was it a wisdom or charisma save?
Charisma.
Can you hear me now?
Charisma. Oh, they have. I'm gonna just be honest with you. Their charisma score, not mod. Their charisma score is 1.
How does it
So,
charisma? Anyway.
It has 1 charisma. Let's you know what? I'll just roll here. First one is the red slime. Second one is the top blue slimes. Third one is the. Yeah, let's just roll here.
Watch them roll nat 20s.
Watch them roll nat 20s. Well, at least you can see. Let me check what the minus was specifically. Yup, it's a -5. Imagine if they pass. Okay, yeah, Mike works. That's a 4, 11, and a -3.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they get baned, which let me just do something real quick. Yes. This. Let me- This one gets baned. This one gets baned. All of them get baned. Because they are non-charismatic as fuck. Okay. That was your action.
Oh yeah, and healing word on Murdock.
Hey, Murdock, you're feeling a bit down there. Healing word. And that's 4 HP. That's better than none, and Murdock's total HP, that's actually a lot.
Thanks.
Alright then.
I got my first level HP. Let's go.
Yay, we're back. Second verse, same as the first.
And that's it.
That's it. Alright then. Well, look which group's turn it is, and I'm gonna get fucked. I can feel it. Well, these two are right next to you. This one sees that this one is next to Midnight and goes down here to Gyan. Yeah, let's roll 3 attack rolls. Roll the Bane, Shadow. Roll the D4. As this one is still alive and willing to attack once. Okay, that's a -2. Which, let's roll for the Baned one. The Baned one will do... Grab the golden dice. That's how else do I say this other than it got it?
What the?
Despite the Bane. And the second
yeah.
one, the second one rolls.
They both rolled 20s. I'm leaving.
No, the second one rolled a total of 17, which would have hit anyone else other than you. But the first one got a crit. Which, oh boy.
It hurts.
It hurts. Of course, the one that wasn't Bane missed. Let's just roll first of all, 4d6 plus 4.
Okay.
And
Let's see what happens.
20, I think that just brings you down.
Holy fuck.
I don't think
Temp
the
HP?
acid damage will... Does temp HP even save you?
No, I have 27.
Oh, you are alive!
Oh,
But here's the thing,
Yeah.
it also doubles the acid damage.
Oh,
yeah, I'm dead.
no.
You are resistant to poison, not acid, correct?
Yeah, I'm dead.
Let's roll
Died.
2d6. Yeah, they don't hit much, but when they do... 8 damage.
Oh yeah, I'm dead.
You're down, but not dead. Thankfully,
I
the good... Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. The temp HP saved you from automatically...
Oh, that's nice.
So instead of
Holy shit.
automatically failing 1 death save, you are at 0 death saves. Thankfully, and you are currently down.
Fuck me!
At-
What the fuck did I say? I felt it.
Spirit Totem clutch. I'm just saying this now. Spirit Totem clutched. Okay, let me just narrate how this happens. As Sinetis is going over here, just slash, going ham on them, slashing them into multiple bits, not being aware that every time they get slashed, their attacks also multiple. One hits him all the way straight up the jaw, uppercuts him, and knocks him into the pillar, nearly cracking his skull, but not quite, just giving him a massive headache on the side of the pillar, and he gets knocked down. And the second one misses. Because otherwise that would have been 2 automatic death fails. Arleigh kind of panics for a bit, she goes. Was it my aunt? There's a lot of that. Fine. Oh. As Arleigh, I assume first of all you go down to the ground. You don't wild shape in the air, I assume. Yeah, she goes to the ground and wild shapes into a wolf. Let me see, I actually still kept your wild shapes. Let me just grab those and transfer them to this. This is not Villager, but for the sake of convenience, regular wolf, not dire wolf. And I'll say that took your total move. I'd say that took at least like 10 feet of your movement to get down. I'd say just subtract 10 feet from your total movement and you are now on the ground. As Arleigh dips into a painful, I guess. We're close to who? Sinetis, you. What's the wolf's total movement speed?
40.
It's 40. The normal wolf or the?
I can
40.
send.
Okay,
I still have.
Okay,
all
so you
stats
so you actually have
to send
30.
it.
Okay, so you have 30 more feet of movement left, which. Yeah, you can reach the slimes. Where specifically do you want to be? Like on top of them or in between both of them? Or you won't go 5 feet directly next to them. Well, you have 30 feet of movement left wherever you want to move. You can be right above Sinetis, yeah. Like, where do you want to move? Some of these you can chunk this now. Yeah, wild shape HP assumes the HP of your new form temp, so yeah, it stacks. Okay, so you stay here right now. That's your turn then, I guess.
Okay.
The things we do for clout. That's technically why you're doing this. Other than whatever
It's-
favor you can get from Mina.
You got the absolute shit beat out of me for clout. This isn't worth it.
I got this. Somebody quote now. Is that turn then, Snow? Do it for the vibe.
For the vine.
Okay then.
Nice.
Well, speaking of which, Sinetis, it's your turn. I assume you want up.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get back up, costing you half your movement speed, which is 15
That's
feet. You
not
have
bad.
15 feet movement left. I assume I know what bonus action you're gonna take.
Yeah. You can do that afterwards, right?
Yeah, you can do that after or before anything. Yeah.
Okay.
As you can see, two
since-
nearly dead slimes right next to you.
Since my sword isn't gonna do the best, I'm gonna bite him.
Oh,
Yeah, Sinetis,
delicious.
the one who did it
Pissed.
to you too. This the Baned one. which
he's
is-
pissed after that shit.
You're absolutely pissed. For the first
See,
time
his,
that anyone has really seen, Sinetis actually opens his mouth as elongated fangs start to elongate, and he just at his prey. Roll me the bite.
Watch me miss.
Am I gonna give you petty advantage? Never mind.
Oh!
Anyway. Well, I guess he is a snake. And well, roll me the damage of the bite. It's piercing, right?
Okay. Yep, and then they have to roll Constitution save for poison damage.
Oh boy, I think
Unless
they're not
I
okay, they're not actually immune to poison. I just checked. Shadow, roll me the D4 Bane.
Oh,
that's
God.
That's a -1 to their save, which is gonna be 1 plus 2 minus 1. They
Oh.
rolled a 2.
Oh yeah, that
So
is now I gotta roll 1d4
4.
for poison.
There's a chance it
D4.
can still be alive. Oh! I'm saying this now. It had exactly 6 HP. If you rolled, if you rolled a 1 on that D4, it would have survived on 1. And wait, is the bite piercing? Is the bite piercing damage?
Yes, the voice is fucking piercing damage.
It's never mind. It
Oh,
survives
no.
on 2.
Well, 2 damage is still enough.
It takes. Yep, it takes 4. Takes 4 total piercing and poison damage. As both of these are on 2 HP. Somebody have magic missile prepared or something?
Yeah. Sinetis, I'm getting disengaged.
That wasn't that your action?
Wait.
Wasn't your bite
Yeah.
reaction?
Yeah, I should have disengaged.
Yep, you can have. Well, wanna do some second wind?
Yep, that's what we're doing.
Alright, then Sinetis kind of feels like I expected that to do a lot more. Second wind and
Oh,
gain
I
your energy
fucking-
back. Roll a
I
D10
sent that in
plus
Rue's DMs. No.
2. you sent the dice roll?
Yes.
That's a 1d10 plus 2, so that's 10 healing.
Oh, shit.
You add your fighter level. Oh yeah, that's 10 healing, which brings you back to a lot. Thankfully.
15.
Okay then, that was an eventful turn.
Yeah.
They both survived on 2. I can't believe they both survived on 2. Freddy!
Yeah, Freddy is gonna keep using the help action.
Alright then, Freddy keeps here presenting himself as a tasty treat, doing the help action. Monte! Drop. Red Slime! Puppet, sees a big tasty Harengon right next to it. Shadow rolled the D4 Bane. Oh, that's a -4, which actually, yep, it's just a flat. Yep, it's just a flat D20 now. Which, oh, hold on the table, is 17. Well, I think that hits your 13 AC. Midnight, here we come. Maybe. Let's roll some 2d6 plus 2 plus d6. And that's unless you have anything to resist that. Oh, you feel a very hard slam from the slime come towards you, and it just smacks you straight in the chest. 15 bludgeoning and acid damage combined. Thankfully, you're a bit fine. Thankfully. Speaking of which, it's yeah, I think it's just gonna stay there. Your turn, Midnight.
Come on, attack it.
Yep. Okay. Spirit Totem, man. Rabbit hop backwards as you rabbit hop 10 feet back up, avoiding attacks of opportunity. Because Harengon. His hair was there and then it's gone. Oh yeah, you do have advantage on the red one. Eldritch Blast the red one, you have advantage as crackling beams of black energy come from Midnight's Eldritch Blast. As it actually fires off the Eldritch Blast, what was normally just black Eldritch energy as everyone saw the first time Midnight cast it, there's actually a hint of red in it this time, as some manner of whatever was absorbed into the blade gets shot back out. Roll your damage, as it's now slightly more powerful than it was before. Agonizing Blast.
Nice.
Yep, it's still cursed, so you do still add your proficiency to damage. The curse doesn't fade away. Oh boy! Well, that's a 14 damage straight to it, as the power of both the normal Eldritch energy and the blood that as now you draw your power from the agony of your enemies themselves, you hit 14 force damage, which does not split it. Actually, it does go below half health, so it does split, but thankfully it is at... I'll just say that I'll say that it splits, but it splits as it was brought down to half HP normally. But the Bane and the Curse last on one, while one of them doesn't take it. Okay, so let me damage it again to do it at half again. Okay, that over here, the states are not transferred. Here, this one has the Curse, but this one doesn't. Alright then. That's your turn. End turn. Alright then. That was pretty effective, and Midnight, you can feel your power strengthening. It was definitely much from before. That blast was slightly more empowered. You feel like you're being given a second chance. And Murdock.
Freddy is still in 5 feet of one of them, right? Okay. Yeah, then I will do the same thing again. Inflict wounds.
Flips back. Zup. Freddy just hops on back on it, and necromantic energy spreads from his belly. Roll to attack. Should yep. I'd say the advantage was used up on the Eldritch Blast, but the 11 hits anyway.
Okay.
So roll me the damage as this slime feels itself nearly end. And oh my god! Yeah, this thing. As the necrotic energy spreads from Freddy's belly and onto the slime, you can see the goo that was on it turn from a bright yellow to a sickly green to a dead, crispy, and dusted black. It is very easily dead.
And as it's dying, you can can see the soul from its body transferring into my eye.
And what does that do again?
I
Necromancy
get.
wizard?
Yep. That means I get 3 hit points back.
Nice. As the death of a life empowers Murdock, 3 HP back. Necromancy wizards. Hey. Anything else you want to do?
No. End turn.
Okay. Alright then. Gyan, one above you, one dead. 2 of them barely struggling to survive. Next up is Gyan. Sid, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Can anyone else hear Sid?
Nope.
Nope, Sid.
Hello?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Now it works.
Yeah, I can't do much else. I'm just going to report the dagger and try to strike it, even though it's half damage.
Yep. You want to roll for it or want to use your amulet?
I'll take the chance of rolling. How
Alright,
bad
then.
could it be?
How bad could it be? It has 8 AC. Roll a hit with your dagger strike as you try to stab it. Okay, that definitely hits. As Gyan brings out the old trusty murder weapon. Not really. Yep, just you pierce it, but... And that's 3 piercing damage. As you try to stab it, and it does physically look like it's hurting.
Can I bonus action stabby again?
Sure. You throw your dagger since it is a light weapon. I'll do that. You throw your dagger to your other hand and try to stab again. It is a light weapon, so I'll let you do that. That's a 20. Okay, so this time just roll a flat d4. That's 3 rounded up to 2 more damage. As it's slowly being whittled away. Bits of slime is falling off and drying up on the floor. Alright then. Okay, Mina sees that you're all doing relatively fine and just keeps watching you while preparing something in case the worst happens. Celeste, sometimes you need to put in some elbow grease.
I wanted to do something, but nah, that's gonna damage pretty much everyone in the room, so I'm just gonna Ray of Frost the one in front of me.
The baned one or the non-baned?
The non-baned one.
The non-baned one. As Celeste does a little rift, some icy energy fires off. A rolling attack. Roll with it. And that's 15-ish. Okay, come on, please. It has 2 HP. Don't roll a 1. Okay, good. As the ray of frost hardens the exterior of the slime, its form as Sinetis, you can see its pseudopod slowly raising itself to hit you again. The ray of frost hardens it just in time where it snaps the pseudopod off like an ice sculpture, and the entire body freezes over. It is dead. Okay, then. Well, that's 2 down. All of them are gonna start dropping like flies.
And then Bardic Inspiration Sinetis.
Bardic Inspiration. Little ring.
And that's it.
Right. Well, speaking of blue slime, roll the D4 Bane. That's 2. Yup, it does, and it misses as it tries to smack Sinetis, the falling ice pseudopod from the other one that tried to smack him right as this one is trying to smack falls on top of its body, causing its swing to be a little bit offset, and it feels the bane of bad luck fall upon it. Fuck you. Bane helps. Bane helps. And well, one's still next to Gyan, as Bane applies to it too. Let's see if it hits Gyan, which is gonna be 13 plus 2 is 15. Your AC is exactly that. Oh, for fuck's sake! Well, everyone's getting a little hurt today. And well, let's just roll some bludgeoning. Bane made it exactly your AC. (2d6 plus 3 plus d6 of acid damage, and oh my god!
Oh, what the fuck?
Well, this time you can't blame me. This time you actually saw it happen. But that's 14 bludgeoning damage plus 6 acid damage, which thankfully Spirit Totem saves you. Arleigh MVP. I'm just saying this now. Arleigh.
Yeah.
No, nobody's going other than Sinetis. Nobody's going down. Things. Absorb. You absorb the acid damage. All right then. So you absorb the acid. Okay, you instead take 17 damage instead of. Yep. Okay, so I'll hear you different. Okay, you take 17 damage instead of 20. As your armor as your uniform opens up with some ducts to absorb the incoming acid instead of it melting your body, it gets absorbed into its armor and gets put onto your fist. All right then, you know exactly where you're gonna hurt next turn. Okay, that's their turns, as 2 of them are still alive. Arleigh, come on, you can end this. I believe in you. You can end one of them. Yep, get attack tactics if you stand next to Sinetis. Nom the slime next to Sinetis, roll with advantage. As a wolf and a snake bite down on their prey. I can't believe it survived on 2 HP. Oh, and that's a 12, which does in fact hit. As you chomp down, come on, I think minimum... That actually does hit, yeah. It hits. I think minimum damage kills it. Yeah. Minimum damage kills it. If you want to roll damage either way, that's this thing. Bitten down. And yeah. Yeah, roll for how much it would have been anyway. but it is dead. Oh yeah, by the way, Hi, did you kill the one with the Hexblade curse? Were you the one who killed it? I think if you kill some... Nope, okay, because I think if you kill the target of your first health. Let's check. That was 5 feet, you can technically move 35 feet more if you want to know. You can move more if you want. Let me read what Hexblade's. I think it has to be. What was it? Let me see. Oh no! It just says if it dies. All right, then. So you actually do get health. Yeah. Yeah. So you do get health back. You get health back equal to your Warlock level plus your Charisma. So 5. Yeah. So you get 5 health back once it died. As. Okay. Let's just. Yeah. Okay, was just checking just to see if we were remembering our ability. Grades are nice. As it actually dies and you feel yourself Midnight get powered again, voice whispers to you once again. Now that's better. And alright then, let's go to Sinetis. And these two are dead.
Okay, well,
We're still alive.
Sinetis
Yeah.
is gonna pat the wolf on the head and say thank you. Can I reach the red one?
The red one, you have 30 feet of movement. Yes, you can.
Okay, I'm gonna constrict that some bitch.
Alright then. Okay, bludgeoning damage. We've learned our lesson.
Yes.
As you bring out your tail and just start to wrap yourself around it, you have Bardic Inspiration if you want to use it. You can use it after, which hits anyway, but still.
Hey, is that right? Yeah, right. Okay.
That hits.
Uh,
Constrict it and try to restrict the movement.
E6.
Ooh, that is 8 damage, and Okay, here's something more satisfying than last time. It has exactly 8 HP. And just enough. As you constrict it and pop it. Just like how you pop the toads, not the toads, the frogs. You pop the slime once again and it explodes into lifeless goo. It is dead. Okay, so they're all dying.
Am I allowed to crossbow as a bonus action?
No, that would full action.
Okay. Okay, then that's my turn.
Okay, then Freddy. Perfect.
I guess it'll... Yeah. Just help against that one slime.
Does it, I assume it can reach? How far is its movement?
20 feet.
20 feet, so yeah, you can reach. Right? And just touches here and just hops on its legs and just starts doing a little frog dance to distract. And it somehow works. Monte tries doing the same frog dance, but does actually not help anyone at all, other than himself and his self-confidence. Monty now believes in himself.
Monty is helping.
And this one is... I don't think there's any red ones left. So yep, this one is gone. Alright then. Midnight, you see an opportunity to satisfy her. I'll move next to Sinetis. Just a bit of a showing off. This is how you do it. And Eldritch Blast. That's a 12, which actually does as you blast through the pillar above Freddy. The Eldritch Blast hits, and once again, empowered by blood, it is an agonizing blast. And ooh, that is 10 damage, which, yup. And just like that,
we win.
and let me just do this. And with a powerful blast, the black eldritch energy accompanied by shades of dark crimson red, a cacophonic dance of necrotic and necrotic energy and blood overwhelmed the slime as the life that was magically put into it, the short lifespan it had, ends, and it is dead. Bonus action, Cloak of Billowings. Of course. Arleigh circles around the room and checks herself. And normal music. And switch back screens. And with this. How we do. Congrats. Okay.
Whoa.
Stuff.
I have a feeling Sinetis is gonna have a headache for the rest of the day.
Actually, yeah. Speaking of Sinetis, roll me just a Constitution saving throw.
Oh shit. Okay.
Not playing anything.
Oh fuck.
That is 8. Yeah,
Yep,
you definitely feel a little something on the back of your head. You just you're kind of hurt and
fuck.
That's gonna hurt for a few days. Yeah.
Yep.
You're not really. Actually.
Oh wait, I have advantage. I have proficiencies in con saves.
Oh.
That would have been a 10. Does that change anything?
Oh yeah. So it is actually, yeah. It is a DC. Oh, okay. It's not as bad as you thought it was. There was an initial really hard pain, but you kind of just put your head to the. You kind of like put your hand to the spot where you. Yep. Okay. Don't touch it, or else it just hurts more. But you think you'll be fine. Playing the Song of Bane. The spirit tone disappears. Mina Lee just goes here and doesn't really say anything else, and actually goes over here just.
I still wrapped around the goo guy.
Yeah, you can let go now.
Yeah.
Just goes over here and just. Let me help with some of you, and he goes over down here on the ground as you can. As over here, come a bit closer, everyone. You all just get closer to her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Freddy jumps on my head.
Jumps on your head. Wait, let me just check if I'm doing this right. I'm going to just be honest. I initially did not believe the tales of your accomplishments, but now that as I'm seeing that, and as she's saying all of this, you can see a mix of, as she's speaking, swirling vortexes of black ink and as well as radiant light seems to swirl around her in a calm, peaceful tornado as she also speaks. Now I'm definitely now not to offend anyone, but I was just doing my job. I could not write a paper in good faith without first double checking my sources, and it seems my doubts were proven wrong, which was the optimal outcome. And as she speaks, you can feel her radiating light and radiating presence echo around you as she casts Prayer of Healing. Okay, all of you regain 8. Okay. And just if you weren't healed before, gain 11 HP back. which I think just puts everyone back. And as the radiant light seems to emanate from around her, you feel your wounds closing up. Any lasting pain you would have felt slowly fading away as the radiant light of a silver quill. As the radiant light of a silver quill's words bring peace and comfort to all of you. Now that definitely, from what I saw, deserves to be on the front page, and just as promised, I am here to offer you all a boon. And as temporarily, I guess, for this encounter, all of you gain access to Mina Lee's Boon Bane, which is actually one of the more useful here. Just like he says, let me pop it over. All of you basically get one use of her bond boon. So many bees. You all get, even though you aren't in a relationship with her yet, as a group and individually, you get one use of her bond boon. Mina loves sharing her vast repository of knowledge with you. Seek obscure information that's not secret. Mina researches it and reports her findings within a week.
Ooh.
Just send a letter or talk to me now about what specific favor y'all want to meet together for, and I'll write a very riveting report of your accomplishments at the front page of the Strixhaven Star. Ribbit, Monty hops back on Midnight's head. You like jazz? Wait, let me actually.
Well, that sounds useful.
What the? Let me just. BRB healing you all.
Oh, by the way, why do we all get individual uses of this, or just one for the entire party?
You effectively it's one obscure piece of information for each of you. So yeah, all of you gain one.
It's a one-time use. I mean, this should be useful.
Anything you wish to seek, she will attempt to find it for you within a week. And is Arleigh still a wolf? Yes. Well, I'm sorry for ever doubting you, but I think he looks back up. That may have been the source of the.
Oh yeah, is the, like you were saying that some parts of the chemistry kit were in the slimes?
Yep, and now that you have vanquished them, you kind of just, do you reach in?
Yeah, Gyan reaches in.
Okay, you reach in and yep, you see there up, and that's an entire microscope, and that's half a beaker. Oh, there's the torch. And you
was there anything in the slime I crushed?
Which the slime you crushed?
One, yeah, that one.
Let's just see.
One below me.
Let me roll. Yeah.
Because if so, it might be damaged.
Eventually, you all salvage materials, and it all eventually equates to about, since it's all broken and such, you can recover like as a total within everything you all find, like around 10 silver pieces in value that you can all just distribute.
I could repair it.
Oh?
Mending.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, I have that.
Well, that'll take a bit of a while since it's multiple pieces of everything, but yeah, eventually you can.
By the way,
yeah,
Sinetis. Familiar sense other than the slime and Mina. Roll me a perception check with advantage then, since I have keen senses.
Sinetis is gonna start trying to make the room look more presentable.
Okay.
And I'll collect some goo.
Okay, collect some goo.
Is there any, like I had asked before, any signs of materials used for the experiments?
A glass, a what?
Uh, is there any sign of materials used for the experiment?
Not really, as whatever the intention was, it seems the materials used turned into the slimes. And now that it's actually over, you can roll me. I think I'll let you do I'll let you do an Arcana check and Vedalken advantage to identify what these even were. Okay, that's 16. You would know that. I'm gonna get to you, Snow. You know that whatever these were supposed to be, it didn't turn into that. These slimes were ochre jellies. They're relatively harmless. Not really harmless, but compared to compared to the most deadly kinds of diseases you've read about, they are one of the tamer ones, and there's multiple type causes as to how one could form. One could be created
So
by a
they
magical
aren't
mishap.
5d8 ones.
They aren't 5d8 slimes. They are ochre jellies.
Alright.
And yep, as you can tell, slashing at them, and you can actually even tell since it's 16, I'll allow you to know this, as you kind of like experiment with their materials and their stretchiness, you kind of like release a little shock from your armor, and it actually splits the slime rather easily, and you can identify that lightning damage would have also done the same effect of slashing.
Ooh.
Well, I'm happy Kay isn't here right now.
Okay, Arleigh, you eventually smell for the sense of familiars other than, well, you can recognize that there's the sense of some other people, but actually you rolled. Okay, you rolled what was it? You rolled a 6. You rolled a 21 actually. So okay, so yeah, I'll allow you to sense this. Smell a familiar scent. Someone since you didn't smell them as a wolf first, but you recognize it by sheer just instinct, I guess. Nora said it was some first years experimented here, and you could swear one of the scents that was in this room, someone you recognize. You don't know who, since you didn't smell them as a wolf. You do recognize the scent of a first year you probably encountered somewhere along the way. Who it is, you aren't sure. Well, actually, you, Mina points, and you too. Mina points to Celeste and Murdock. You two happen to be, from what I can tell, some capable users of magic yourself. If you want, as a favor from Silverquill College as well, she's basically offering you a second option in lieu of the information favor. There's a certain spell that Silverquill College has invented. So you say Shadrick's Silverquill has perfected the art, but passed down to his students a spell that might aid in all of your adventures. If you want, I can teach it to you. And this is your way of unlocking the option to learn Silvery Barbs. To those who don't get it through their spell lists. And bards, sorcerers, and wizards get it, so Celeste, Murdock, Silvery Barbs is now an open option for you to choose if you just contact Mina that you want to learn it.
Nice.
When you level up. Yeah. But yeah, if you ever want in place of the boon favor, you can choose to learn Silvery Barbs at your next level up.
All right.
Now that this has been taken care of, I think Nora would take the staff and take care of this, or unless you all want to do. And I think once the place gets renovated, it'll be a nice place to stay. And once again, as we keep unlocking things,
Yeah.
you have all now
Sinetis.
unlocked the music lounge as a usable hang out here, or
Nice.
take someone out on a date here.
Oh.
Nice.
The music lounge is now an option as you are slowly expanding your dormitory life. And,
Does Sinetis, like, start cleaning around here?
Sure. As you start cleaning, you can. What kind of check would that even be?
I have no idea.
Oh wait, let me review. What would meaning be at check? I guess you can have an intelligence-based. Actually, do a constitution-based sleight of hand check.
What? Okay.
Okay, are you proficient in sleight of hand?
Am I? No, I'm not.
Okay, then just do a d20 plus your constitution modifier, and if you were proficient in sleight of hand, you would have gotten the bonus from your proficiency too. It's a sleight of hand check, but it uses your constitution as... Okay, if you want, you can add bardic to it to be even faster.
Oh, yeah, why not? Let's do that.
D6.
I have it.
Might as well. Okay, and almost as if he was...
23?
Sinetis just goes here and just does the whole Brock thing of organizing everything, and eventually within like not even 15 minutes, the piano has been reset, the tables are fixed, and he seems to be good at this job. Bardic inspiration is used up. Arleigh's Marcy will grow as she ties her shape back in.
Oh,
He kind of like, oh wow. Everyone kind of notices that there's still kind of marks of paint on Arleigh. You've never seen her do that before. Ribbit.
Yeah,
You're
just
back
bad, sir. That says good work.
Work. Oh, and I suppose you two. Mina addresses Midnight and Gyan. Well, I'm certainly reassured to see that my juniors will be capable people themselves. I look forward to seeing you at work. Finish that. She kind of like wraps up her notebook, puts the pencil back on her ear, and just starts walking off.
See ya.
Bye.
If you want, you can just
Bye.
if you want to secretly cash in your favor in DMs, if either learning the spell or cashing in a piece of information from her, just tell me in DMs, or if you want, you can publicly open. And eventually, well, I'd say it would be the
Wait.
day. Yeah.
Wait, before you say it, Celeste kind of like takes out an orb and kind of looks at it to determine.
Determine the time of day.
Yep.
I was gonna say it is approximately about 1 hour before your first class starts.
Oh
So
shit.
you have classes on the weekend?
Oh wait, no, it's the weekend. 1 hour before it's Gyan and Midnight's first shift,
Oh.
not class.
Oh.
Arleigh will ever tell everyone the sense thing. You all know that. And when she said "see you at work," she meant it.
Gyan walks up to Midnight and I guess we should get going, huh?
Let's go. And without it, do you bring Monty? Yes. All right then. And effectively, as they work at the cafe, if everyone else wants, their biblioplex requests would have come in by now at the library. And
Oh.
are
Ooh.
transitioning to.
Yeah.
Also, effectively, everyone can get the benefits of a short rest.
Oh.
So as Gyan and Midnight
So,
work at the
one spell
biblioplex,
slot back.
everyone gets the benefits of a short rest as the day is not quite over yet.
Do I get action surge back? Oh,
Yep.
it's short rest. Okay, yeah.
Yep. Action Surge and Second Wind come back on a short rest. That's what makes fighters.
Ooh. Okay. Nice.
Okay, and let me do this as. Okay. Basically, Midnight and Gyan have their first shift today. I'll just say now that after this long rest, so we'll do some other jobs. Well, yeah. Bards eventually do get short rest recovery. Eventually. If anyone wants a specific request of what they'll get, or what they want to do as Midnight and Gyan are doing their thing, tell me.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
if it's fine, Gyan says to Midnight on his way to work what the whole blood thing was about.
What the fuck was what about?
What the whole blood thing was about.
Yeah, Midnight, I think you might have some explaining.
Oh.
Oh, what blood thing? Don't worry, you're not splitting anything on the screen yet, but moving things around.
Come on, we saw something happen with the frog's blood yesterday, and your magical beams, that's my way of saying Eldritch Blast, they look different from last time. A little more red in there.
Thing happened.
Do I need to roll insight on that?
Insight versus deception, I guess. It's nothing. Gyan roll insight, Midnight roll deception. Oh, that's a 19 deception. Beat
Oof.
that.
Do I have advantage?
Nah, just normal.
Fuck.
You gotta sense that maybe actually this may be reward a bit for now, but you keep it in mind and just maybe ask away at a later time. Okay then. Where does everyone else want to go as Midnight and Gyan do their thing? We're just hallucinating or something.
Library.
Yeah, I'm also gonna go to the library and send
There's
another
some-
letter.
Send another
There's
letter.
I'm going to
some more books. Some
You're
more
going to
books
work
I
as
want to
well?
look for as well.
Yep.
Okay. Library. Alright then, let me just move your token. Everyone goes stuff, and Sinetis changes back to his normal, I guess,
Yeah.
things, and feel free to take small breaks as I'm moving tokens around for the next part.
Oh, by the way, during the
Yeah.
short rest, can Gyan have made an alchemy jug with coffee in it?
Sure, I'll let that happen. You kind of have to rush it for a bit, but eventually you do. Yeah, make it. Okay. Over. Celeste wants to go to work, correct?
Oh, if my shift is already up, then sure.
I'd say you I'd say you can. So actually, yeah, that actually helps since I actually did plan for that to happen. Or plan for it to be a thing that can happen. Right then. Okay. Up over here. Don't mind me moving tokens around. Let me find certain people. Okay, so as I'm moving things around, how was that encounter?
It was that was. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. When you said you got that nat 20, I honestly got more stressed than when we fought the two fucking monsters in Nubiak. I thought I was gonna die.
There was a chance you might have actually,
Yeah.
but when you were downed, the second one wouldn't have aimed for you.
Oh, thanks God.
I'm not gonna be that merciless. Question mark yet. All right then, let's. Okay, who do y'all want to see first? Do we want to see coffee shop first? Do we want to see library first, or do we want to see Celeste's job first?
Roll for it.
Want to roll for it?
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
just roll.
1 is coffee shop, 2 is library, 3 is Celeste's job that she can work at now. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Oh, library. All right then. As stuff is happening over here, let's move back to the biblioplex. Grab music. Play something. That's that works. Alright then. Back at the biblioplex as it's called, if Discord wants to operate with me. Librarian increase you all
Froggo.
and does Murdock bring Freddy?
Yes.
Yes, of course. So as she kind of just tells you, if you were any of the first years who place requests to the archivist for specific tomes, scrolls, they should have been arranged by now. And just ask one of them, but the database should have updated for one of them to bring them to you.
All right.
Nice.
As all of them are running on the same database. Everyone makes their way up. Eventually, everyone actually, just as everyone's walking around, you actually see the two professors that greeted you before, just making the rounds on the library, and eventually you were told to just ask one of the archivists, and Murdock and Arleigh, you actually see end up popping up from one of the bookshelves, the very large frame of your coworker in. Oh, hello.
Oh, hey.
Oh, I see you're all paying a visit. Oh, how lovely. Are you here to search for anything in particular?
Yeah, we got some requests.
Oh, request. Oh, one of the archivists, I assume. Oh, there happens to
Yeah.
be one up here right now. Points to over here on the bookshelf as other students are just here studying.
Oh, perfect.
Good luck in finding whatever it is you want to find. I personally am going to to one of the isolated tables to practice reciting a bit of my poetry.
Enjoy.
Thank you. You too. Everyone just goes up here to one of the archivists. Once again, over here at the very tall bookshelves, you see just a giant-sized 10 foot tall automaton. Its wheels like where its feet should be. It's wearing some form of robe that makes it somewhat vaguely human-like, but it's just giant size with like a magically floating shopping cart behind it containing tomes. It looks at all of you and just tilts its head, asking if you want anything.
Do we say our names or?
Nods.
Okay. Well, I'm Murdock. Murdock McGill.
Just like before, it has a little loading screen until you say McGill, and then just it's a like head screen just goes up into an exclamation mark as it sends out a signal to the other archivists who may have your request. Anyone else say theirs?
Sinetis Branx.
Another exclamation mark. Arleigh Belmont. And it goes back as over here and here. They all eventually. This one passes over a tome to this one, as this one goes back, and just like by their name, clockwork, they all move in a systematic order. This one student kind of gets out of the way at first as these ones pass their tomes onto them. This one grabs the tome from the top shelf, and eventually comes back all of you. And you see just how systematic and orderly the biblioplex is. And towards Sinetis, you are handed like 3 sets of scrolls. Murdock, you were handed like 2 tomes. Arleigh, you yourself are handed like one book. And seeing that you all seem to be satisfied with your placements.
Can I ask one more thing?
Oh, sure.
I look up at Sinetis looks up at the big thing and says, "Is there anything on simple spells?"
As you kind of just said that, it just literally grabs the first scroll up here and just it just says big book of cantrips.
Oh.
As you're literally asking for magic lessons in a magic school, it's literally the first thing on the shelf.
Imagine if they didn't have that. That would have been hilarious.
Imagine. Okay, and here's the thing for how I wanted to do these little collecting information bits from the biblioplex, because if you want, I can actually privately send you in DMs what your request turned up with. Other than actually Arleigh, which is simple enough for me to explain here. Sinetis and Murdock, your 2 requests. If you want to actually peruse them in secret yourselves, I can just send it
why
to
not?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wait a few seconds as I forward what. I'll talk to you all some specific clarifications about what some specifics are, and then clarifications, because I'm basically summarizing the contents of like books and scrolls to what your character would eventually pick and know. So if you have any questions about what contained and clarify for you first, I am sending to Sinetis as you open the sets of scrolls for the specific list of names you asked. You receive this. And I actually write all of that. And for Murdock, you receive this, and for Murdock, yours is actually a bit more complex that I didn't have enough time to flesh out everything, but it'll clarify some. And for you,
Nice.
yep, your characters just canonically just go out from the little corner and just start reading them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you all just kind of like sit individually apart from each other, and Arleigh, yours compared to the other two is a bit more simpler, as you had asked for books or any information relating to your own personal tome. It actually gives you a book detailing the history of the Society of the Fine Arts, as in as as it actually shows you it's part of a picture book since the search engine processing thought you might be interested in, since you put in keywords moving paintings. Some of the, as you kind of like open through the tome, the pictures in the tome actually do move, and you see what you've heard tales about before, the moving elemental Prismari mascot on one of them, and detailing just the history, the different leaders, and the different club leaders, the different members over the years of Strixhaven, the different exhibits you can see in the Fine Arts Club. One of them you can actually see to be the other mascots as a display of just all five of them living as replicas, moving at each other. And at the end, there's actually a small detail, like a small notepad stuck to it, that the new Prismari Dean actually is visiting, or is just occasionally checking it out, as it's a tome, but it kind of like some students like stick sticky notes on them and forget to leave them, and just coincidentally, it's actually the same club you joined as. It just shows you a big history of moving sculptures, and part of what you learn, Arleigh, is that some of the homework submissions of Prismari scholars in second year are living paintings, as traditional homework for them is literally make expressive art in your own style, which a lot tend to be moving elemental, as this is one opportunity for you to learn about them, and it shows a map on campus where their club is located, as Sinetis and Murdock canonically peruse their works. If you want, we can actually go there. If you want to go there, I'll say we'll do some of the other ones first, and then we go on that little trip. Once Arleigh finished that book, she'll read Grandpa's book and then Alright then. Just say, do you actually want to visit the club today? Just for reference, if we want to do it. It's a weekend, so up to you. Ready? As Arleigh reviews what Grandpa's book reads and what Prismari book reads, and do you just inform Murdock and Sinetis that you're planning on visiting the Fine Arts Club? I'll go check out the Fine Arts Club. Have fun reading.
Thanks, have fun.
Arleigh eventually goes there, and for now, we shall go for. Let's let coffee shop be one, and Celeste be two. Oh, Bot wants to visit Celeste. All right then. So let me just move Arleigh back to where she will pick up. All right. Oops. Stuff. All right then, Shadow. It's relatively fast as you actually have a little. I actually did prepare your little seat here, so move over here. Yeah, Gyan can also go claim his library. Yeah, we can do that at the end of the session. Celeste, as you slowly actually make your way, since you have not enrolled in, what you have, yep, listed yourself to be a volunteer worker, or actually an employed worker at the Strixhaven Performing Arts Society. Along the way, you were actually instructed to head to Silvercoal campus. Walking through walking through the long walkways from the biblioplex leading to other campus, you eventually find one of the teleportation circles that lead you eventually to what you know to be the Rose stage on Silvercoal campus. Fam- famous and famous outdoor the famous outdoor theater of Silvercoal College. And let me just grab some descriptors real quick and I find it. Okay, here we go. Let's swap over here. Don't worry, you're not supposed to see anything yet. And part of your job tells you to go to here. I find the picture. You find yourself to be heading to what at first looks like a Colosseum. Just a standard Roman Colosseum with 2 levels and multiple archways until you actually head in and see that it's a very open-air, circular stage performance area, and you find your way here to the Rose stage. And walking alongside you, coincidentally, is actually your coworker. Lorraine Arneza actually waves to you and just says hi before you both enter. We move here. If this board actually wants to show it. Hello. Oh. Oh, you have to work here too. As you both step onto the Rose stage, you eventually see it's currently empty for now, but you see all around you the various levels of seating, the place where torches are to be lit up, a storage room, and I see you've applied to be a stagehand. Yes, I want to learn how everything works in a stage. What are you working as? As you, as actually, as well, that that's a very fine. As she kind of like admits a bit slightly embarrassedly, her eyes still once again never opening. She says that, well, first of all, I'm working here as a ticket taker, actually, and she rubs her finger like on her cheek, like, well, embarrassed to explain as to why she's there. Sounds fun. Tickets are really important. Don't be shy. Well, it's not that. It's more of like, actually. You know what? We're gonna be working together for the next at least this trimester unless you switch or something. It's just I don't I don't count change pretty well. I actually wanted to apply to the cashier at the box office, but I don't know. It's just money, but I always seem to give the wrong amounts whenever people order, and well, I feel like if if everything's already at a set price with some tickets, I'm less likely to mess up here, so I just decided to switch. She just explains that she tended to give the wrong change by working at the box office shows. They kind of didn't like her, so now she's switching to be a ticket taker here. It's nothing big. It's the pay is still the same, but you know what? Maybe I'll just maybe I'll enjoy here. I'm personally just here to oversee the machines. And do you actually know why they're asking for help around here? Back. I'm really only here for the money. Not really. Oh, have you not heard of the festival later this year? They're going to hold one right here on the very stage we stand on. As she says that, you all look over here. The Rose Stage Festival. Have you never heard of it? No, I haven't. Well, from what I can tell, you might actually like that. I myself prefer to just stick to the water rather than on land, but members of the Play Actors Drama Guild gather here not every year, but this year the Play Actors Drama Guild and Silverquill Campus agreed to hold the Rose Stage Festival. It's a big event on campus where the best improvisers, the best actors, the best those interested in theater just hop on stage and start bouncing off each other by role playing and creating scenarios that are, well, the ones who get the most reactions out of the crowd, of course, take the prize. And there are actually even professors looking out for scouting for alumni, depending on how good the performance is. They might actually want to seek you out and give you personal tutelage if that's the kind of skill you're in here for Strixhaven. It's supposed to take place here after our second set of exams. And she says that she kind of just points to the. You see, the stage hasn't really been my thing. I'm more. I'll just say it. Fine. I can say it with you since it's just you, but I'm not that good with people. Even in the water dancing club, I hope to find more of me, but in the end, well, tell me a bit about yourself more, and you tell me, I tell you. Just says a awkward, just baby's first friend. Sure. Suppressing the urge to pat her. Are we gonna grab water? A bottle of water? You gonna grab a bottle of water? A bottle of water? Speaking of water, he actually just starts. You know how I said that I was seeking to prove myself at the water dancing club? Well, the thing about that is, it's all about choreography, mainly. Well, part of choreography is learning to dance with some others, and look, I literally just searched anime background music and just this popped out. The 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 movements I could manage, the maneuvers were enough, but when it came to actually performing them with other people, it's just I don't know, it's just something about how we connect. I just been something I've been trying to deal with. I just I don't sense people well. There's one thing I've actually been wanting to try is just the reason I've been practicing in the water as well. Just I'm I want to start dancing with the fishes. Not in the figurative sense, more of just I like fish. She just says that. No, not in a way like that. More, I feel more in connection with them. I I joined Quandrix. I want to join Quandrix because I've heard that they go into expeditions of, well, first of all, the various environments over here in Strixhaven, but they also care for some animals, and I'm hoping to find some, well, fish to swim with. It's a silly thing of mine. Have a really silly dream. It's a bit embarrassing to say. The shadow. That's really sweet. I want to help achieve your dream in some way. Well, you see, that's that thing. It just uh kind of struggles for a bit. And Celeste, roll me a persuasion check just to see if you can get it out of her to actually admit what she wants to do. Oh, well, wait, yep. Just kind of like, just start looking at her and just starting to wait for her to say it. Uh, promise you won't tell anyone? Pinky promise. Uh, okay then. Well, first of all, like I said, I'm just naturally closer with animals, and one thing I've been trying to work on and so far has been, well, failing. I I want to do a synchronized swimming routine with some fish. Really? She does. She actually does. Yeah, I knew that was. That's cool. Wait, really? Like, you actually think that? Yeah, I can already see you swimming. Well, I, uh, I. She turns her head away from me for a moment. Well, thanks. Do my best. I just. Would you look at the time? It's time for us to get back to work. Good luck at you doing your thing. I'll do my thing. We'll talk again another time. And now you're all alone on stage. Good luck. And now we go back to the coffee shop. Remember when I said social-based campaign? You have leveled up your relationship. You actually have. I'll tell you what her boon is. Let us go here. And we can actually wrap. Let us go back. Dude, captain. If jukebox input wasn't so far away. What the fuck? Why did that copy over? Go.
Hello, hello.
Yep, here we go. And now we pushing back over. Or doesn't want to show it, but I want to do this. Is Hi here?
Hello.
Yep, we can hear you, Sid.
Okay.
I see you two have made it. Miss Tanglewood, these are the two that you've asked for. Thank you, Mina. Mr. Verdan and Mr. Hare, well, I assume you've got the request, and if you are all willing to, here, you shall be here your first day on the job. Well, I won't ask for much of the two of you, as Mina can help guide you along. First, for now, Mina, can you get to Fordham? Sure thing, boss. She goes over to the back and she actually pulls out 2 uniforms for you two.
Ooh.
As it's not customary, but I prefer for all my employees to wear this, and let me actually grab it since I did send it in the rabbit hole before. Me. It basically gives you over here. She gives you two set of uniforms. Well, the top one is just, since fittingly from being named the Fire Jolt Cafe, you are both handed polo shirts that are all the way, like, with sleeves reaching up all the way to your wrist, with mainly red red color scheme with black accents and the customary like cafe apron where you both get this basically. I'm actually sending an image as I found it. Canonically, this is the Fire Joel Cafe uniform.
Ooh,
Nice.
nice.
Feel free to change in one of the locker rooms over at the back. And well, thankfully, as you two have have arrived in not too much of a rush hour this weekend, as some students are already taking their exams. If you want, you can all just start going, and Mina here can show you the ropes.
All right then.
And is that one of the don't mind Monty. He's part of them. I see. Don't ask. All right then. Well, as I am personally going to make arrangements for some of the other first years that are going to be your coworkers, myself, I'll see to it here. And she eventually just goes to the back. Almost, but hey, romance. Okay. Now you. First of all, do you put them on?
Yeah.
As you put them on, and over here, and eventually, as you put them on, and Mina actually puts one on herself, you can see her. What normally you've only seen her wearing this silver quill uniform, and if only I had art in her in depth, you see basically her in that coffee shop uniform, but she's wearing a little cap she's wearing just a little like black, not really a headband, like cap, like a Starbucks cap on her head to signify that she's your senior and basically thus pretty much Elena's second in command in this. Just alright then, so we don't expect to get much orders today, but if we want to get work done, you don't have to stay for anything more than an hour, as I can tell you two might already be exhausted from the little encounter we had earlier. Just see here, and eventually she just teaches you all the ropes. Midnight and Gyan, you two are shown where the machines are, where the supplies are. Where the supplies are. When I said social campaign, I meant it. Where the supplies and how to work out these stuff, and roll me, both of you. What check do I want you all to roll for coffee shop management?
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
Gyan puts the alchemy jug full of coffee on the counter and says, if the machine takes too long, just pour hot espresso out of this thing. And he pats it a bit.
Oh, that should. I have to confer with Miss Tanglewood myself if she would. Oh yeah, but so yeah, I appreciate the dedication. He just gives you a senior thumbs up. The thing about the Fire Joel Cafe is the signature dish the signature drink we serve here is, as is the name, the Fire Joel. Now, normally Miss Tanglewood brews it herself, but she's passed down us a little method of actually recreating it for us who don't handle fire magic as well as her. And just a thing here and a thing here. Both of you, Midnight and Gyan, roll me an investigation check to figure out how to operate the machines Mina is teaching you.
Do I have advantage because machinery?
Does it apply to non-magical machinery too?
Don't think so. What?
Do you have inspiration? I get fired on my first day. Great.
I'm using inspiration on that.
I'm using inspiration on that. Oh my god, you two are terrible. Inspiration. This is why we have them. That's a much. I don't have. Why did you choose this job? As you kind of like look over here now. Midnight, you're kind of like being lost. Like you've recited poetry. You've memorized lyrics over, but meanest technical terms are kind of flying overhead. Now twist that knob. Turn the heat up to a certain degree and blah 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 blah. Flying over your head. Maybe it's because on your head and covering your eyes a lot of the time. How do you do this? And you kind of like you spill some on your first day. You spill a bit of. All my maids do this for me. Monty gives you a pat, and meanwhile, Gyan, you're doing actually relatively well. You've worked with machines before, and now that you've created an alchemy jug, you've worked with a machine that handles liquid very well. You see that you know that to twist this knob a bit that far and crush this beans not too hard, but just hard enough. And Monte. And we just okay now to handle the orders. You two want to be bartenders? Bartenders, correct?
Baristas, but same thing, I guess.
Yeah, baristas. Yeah, too many words for me. Let me actually see if I can find this.
That's for why.
Oh my god, it actually exists.
Wait, what?
One thing I googled to see if we can actually do this because it actually is. Okay, so I'm gonna be using a random coffee shop order generator to simulate orders. So eventually, as what do you look at? First up, let me actually find what it is for this job. Let me see what it actually. Here, let me find it. Over here. First of all, as one first year student just comes in and places an order, they would like to order I'd like a tall decaf latte with a double shot. And to you, Midnight, and roll me an
Why?
insight. Yeah.
Can I do this?
Yeah.
I
What
put in chat.
do I get advantage if I know how to make them already? I'll. Does Gyan knows how to make them already?
Gyan knows some coffee. Not all, but some. If they're ordering a latte, he probably knows that.
Sid asking if he gets advantage. I'll just say for now, not really, as you're kind of like you may know how to make them, but it's all handling customers, remembering requests, and operating in a new environment. I'd just say for now, both of you roll me insight checks as Gyan one other student just wants to order a grande. I smoke a frappuccino with whip, and both. Let's just see how well both of your orders for Midnight actually. Midnight, you have handled this type of order before. Your maids have brewed this so much in your presence that you practically memorized the ingredients, recovering from your, as if almost as on a desire to make up for you not remembering the machines. You remember the order perfect to the word, and yeah, both of you eventually just get your job done, as not many orders come this day, but for now. Good job, you two. Well, I'd say that's about enough for you today. Since it's your first time of the week, Miss Tanglewood actually instructed me to give this to both of you. And for your first weekly paycheck, Gyan and Midnight take 5 gold.
Nice.
I would like for here triple grande vanilla 2% extra hot with mocha with cream. Oh, thank you. You say as Monty hops back on your head.
Thanks for teaching us, Mina.
It's I haven't had many juniors before, but it's a learning experience for me as well. We did it, Monty. We got money. Ribbit. And as that day seems to wrap up and into the afternoon we go back to time.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
I guess Gyan goes to the library after this.
Yeah, you can go to the library. Yes. Yeah. Arleigh's just on her way to the club. And speaking of, do we want to do library first or club first? I'll let Arleigh go over here. Yeah. Let's switch over to here. The role-playing guild also today. Basically, as things are happening, some stuff can be today, some stuff can also be the next day. As sure, we can also have that be technically the next day, but sure, we can have them within the session. There's. I also got. Is there dragon chest? We can all just eventually handle everything everyone wants to do. As I don't really have a set system for this, but more on it's implied that stuff happens past time, but yeah. Eventually, as Arleigh, and yeah, we can have Celeste and Gyan both arrive at the library at the same time. As Arleigh, you actually make your way towards where you've seen the recruitment happen at the Biblioplex for the Society of the Fine Arts. Now, I don't know, but sure. This time you actually managed to enter the building yourself. Once you enter the specific building on campus, it's a different sight to be said. Red velvet carpets, very varnished, deep brown wooden walls with various different paintings on the walls, and a lot of exhibits lining the room. On one painting you could see moving with almost as if that paintbrush was made of fire and ice. One portrait. You know how some there's like those dynamic phone wallpapers that actually move. There's that, but with the paintings, as they are magically enchanted. Over here, you can actually see a familiar face being Kadoris, who is actually attending. And over here, you can see on on one attraction is a replica of the five Strixhaven mascots with a central stone spirit statue at the centers being surrounded, and these are replica arts rather than the actual creatures, but this is you also learning about the mascots. As at the center there is a relatively human-sized spirit statue floating up above, levitated by magic. Around it is just dances like in the air, dancing around it. There's a fractal made of hard floating light, a fractal mascot that you know to represent Quandrix flying around it, while being also chased by a floating black blob of ink that you recognize to be the Inkling mascot. At the base of it, at the base of it, you can actually see dancing in a deer form is an art elemental mascot of Prismari, while also crawling down at the base is a pest mascot presenting Witherbloom, and they're all just basically you know how those solar system exhibits work, but this time it's with the spirit statue at the center with the four other mascots, the pest and the art elemental dancing at the base, while the fractal and the inkling fly above. It's that, but they actually dynamically move. I would keep moving them mentally shivers uncomfortably at the sight of the pest. You kind of like look away whenever it moves. You see that there are various different other students. If Cadorus actually looks at you and just waves a little hand to say hi, he knowing that he is partly why you know of this place in general. You see that there are actually a lot. There's first years here, but you also see some second years being a random Quandrix students and a Lorehold student also just checking out the paintings. You wave back, just just smiles at you, and you quickly just move to the exhibits. At one exhibit, you see embedded in one of the glass cases is just a crystal orb that when you peer through it, a landscape of shifting water that crystallizes into ice that forms into a palace that then melts back down into an igloo that turns back into snow that crystallizes back into a small town that melts back into water and eternally shifting like snow globe with water crystallizing into ice and then back sculptures and then back into water and then back into sculptures. You see various displays of you see a literally like a tiny like a miniature environment with White House and actually shifting water with a contained lightning storm inside of it. Yep. Arleigh starts making small sketches of everything. She's gonna expire the art elemental mascot. And over at the very end, you actually see what looks like a woman just staring out into the window, just not really paying attention to to, to any of the exhibits, rather just outside, and to be pretty young actually. You could tell that. Well, first of all, she's wearing what look to be Prismari robes, but you don't recognize them to be student robes. You've seen the second year uniform before, and this one woman seems to be wearing them a bit more, like with like a larger cape, a bit more emblazoned logos on it. Her short, like shoulder length purple hair, framed with her glasses, and he looks older than the students you would generally expect. Is she alumni? She looks a bit young for a staff member, but at the same time older for a student. As she turns to look back at you and, you enjoying the exhibit? And for those who can read, yes, that is exactly who you. Oh yes, there is so many beautiful art here. I can very much rolling in rolling in Strixhaven as she slowly walks with a certain grace to her steps, as if her her feet tap to the ground but barely make any sound, as if the sheer act of walking has been a perfected art for her. Uh, uh, who am I to not introduce myself? Welcome, first year. I see. Alexis Azriela. You may know me as the Prismari Dean of the Belief of Expression. Welcome you to the Fine Arts exhibit. I'm personally not a member myself. I'm just checking out what the college is like after I graduated. Uh, Feel free to just call me Alexis while the staff isn't looking. Uh, uh, Especially that Ovilda. My predecessor was actually in pretty iffy relationship with Miss Coiler. The deans of perfection and expression are pretty much naturally guaranteed to oppose each other in various different philosophical beliefs, but that's a different problem. I shouldn't put a burden on the shoulders of a young, eager first year. As she kind of like walks up to you, she's just like normal human height. So as she walks up to you, she kind of like, "Oh, you're so cute." As she pats on She pats your head as your feathers ruffle. I almost want to call you adorable. Is she tall? She is. Let me actually check. Height. I actually do have a height. Because Alexis, I think you already know. She is. She's 5'7". I get down a lot. I'm Arleigh. Arleigh Belmont, by the way. Belmont. Belmont. Oh, I feel like I've heard that name. Oh. Ah. Oh. How funny the fates are. Are you... You look a bit young to be that. Granddaughter of the temporary Professor Belmont? Oh, are you his child? He wasn't here for long, honestly, only for one trimester, but oh yes, that man certainly has way with the arts, and from what I can tell, you seem to have inherited some of that in you. I didn't know the guy for long. Only really went here to Strixhaven barely even to teach, but more to see the sights. Which I don't blame him. A pretty place, although I'm personally less here for the arts and more for the thrill. Says so with a bit of excitement. It's not something you first just need to worry about, but she kind of just giggles as you can very much see that her face, yeah, is scarred and a bit bandaged. My apologies. I'm not a student anymore. I should act a bit more responsibly, like an adult. Hard to get used to old habits dying hard. Well, little child, if you ever plan to fully commit and enroll in Prismari College, I look forward to seeing you around campus. As fire and ice seem to be. Okay. What is he like here? Well, your grandpa taught a bit more conventionally, you could say. The way his portraits, honestly, it was more easily described as, how would you word it? How would the silver say it? It was more of an act of painting rather than a class. The moment when we stepped into the classroom, we saw not just a room of learning, but a canvas for paint on it. As one lesson physically manifested into an idea that bloomed and spring forth. Yes. One time he would teach about owlbears and actually physically draw a life-size one by the end of the class with every detail. Has a way with portraits. Then well, he went on, had different goals in mind, wanted to travel the world, which I admire. The previous dean before me, Sari, also wanted to do that, which is why I'm here, taking her place. It's a noble cause. One can never stay in one place too long, or else they lose their touch. Actually, have a old book about adventures too. Oh, I see you'll have used something. If I know anything about that old man, well, he'll have some lessons that are a bit more unconventional to teach. One can never be too sure with that one. Well, he certainly sounds like a fun teacher. Maybe my standards aren't really that to be followed, but it was certainly one of the more entertaining ones. I'll say that. I see you talk with the one who introduced herself as Dean of Prismari. You feel if at first you felt a sense of like intimidation talking to someone of such high authority with the campus set, talking to her you feel more like you're talking to an old friend rather than someone of extremely high rank within the campus. Uh, well, I'll see you around then. It's just me checking the rounds. Being the new kid on the block, something to happen, something to handle, especially in the wake of the previous Dinasari. Enjoy the exhibit, take inspiration, as in Prismari, we are all inspired. Or so they say. You know, I'm really just here for the duels and flashy spells. He prestidigitates a bit. Oh, and don't don't buckle under pressure. You'll find yourself that Prismari is a bit more free than most others. They let me in to be the dean, so who knows what this school has in store for you. And as she starts to walk away with bits of embers on her footsteps, I hope we meet again soon. You could swear that as she walks away, you could see a faint glow of two spectral wings from behind her flash for a second before disappearing again. And well, as Arleigh looks around the art gallery, taking inspiration from various moving paintings, various sculptures, we move back towards the Biblioplex as we are slowly about to conclude. Okay. Add more stuff to Arleigh's sketch whips. Uh, eh, there's a there's a lot of social pain, which honestly I don't mind. It's pretty fun to roleplay. Inspiration, exactly. And now we go back to where is Gyan? There you go. Now we go back to BRB. Go back to the Biblioplex. And this theme that I find. Yep, there it is. And so we back. As Gyan and Celeste make their way back into the Biblioplex, they see, well, first of all, and at one of the tables, you actually see Sinetis and Murdock poring over the notes of what they have. Eventually, you two make your way in and see them as they've just about finished their research. You want to say anything to each other? You all basically meet back up.
Oh, hey, you two are still here.
Yeah.
Yep.
What are you doing? What are you reading about?
Just some history, magic families and such.
Hello again. How's the reading?
Yeah, I was just reading about the history of Strixhaven.
Ooh, that sounds interesting.
That it is.
Well, I just finished up work at the cafe, and I thought I'd pop by and get the book that I just requested last night.
Mm.
You all are conversing. Another one moves by.
Mm.
So how does this work again? Gyan asks Murdock and Sinetis, since they already seem to have their books.
You just tell them your
Big
name
thing.
and
Oh, I just walk up to them?
Yep.
Since they say that, Gyan looks around for the nearest archivist and walks up to one.
Eventually, one does walk back up to you and Gyan Verdan and boop, 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 boop. Ding. As Celeste Fleuret. Ding, ding, ding. And eventually they all grab one as one updates the other. This time as they all operate on the same, basically. They're basically if Google had legs and they walk up to you. This one you actually see to be more of a spider-like in design rather than the other ones that are humanoid.
Oh.
As on its back,
Ooh.
you can very much see some holes dedicated for some scrolls to be passed along with its clawed hands, perfectly designed to grasp tomes with its what would be normally like a spider's abdomen being like a shopping cart, shfing, shfing, and almost like a toaster. The specific books and scrolls that you all requested for pop out of its back.
Ooh, neat. Gyan picks up his books and
And
then
Celeste picks up hers.
he asks, can I get another set of books actually?
It just nods.
Can I get some books on types of oozes and how to make them? Like create them?
And it just says that it'll just say there that processing time would be around like it can get it to you by like the next, let's just say here, let's roll some dice. IRL.
Ooh.
It can get it to you by the next. Just need 44 minutes.
Ooh.
I actually rolled
Alright.
D100.
Nice.
As your was actually a simple. This place never ceases to amaze me. Yeah, you've heard wonderful tales about it. So Celeste, how everything is so organized. It's a place of dreams. It's exactly the place you dreamed of and more. If only it wasn't just. Never mind. Gyan, you receive your tome and you actually see that there's it's pretty much what the instruction manual for Hogwarts archivists are, and actually I can actually just summarize this to you. You learn about how they work.
Oh.
Here. Basically, for the Hogwarts archivists, they are attuned to the magic of the biblioplex snarl, which explains why pretty much all of them that they see are located in the biblioplex. Specifically, the Hogwarts archivists are those large ones. They are basically just constantly being wirelessly powered by the biblioplex snarl, and well, their whole magical connection thing is a whole messing about with technology similar to what's magical operations similar to how sending stones work, and they operate on a frequency, and they have their own basically contained and specifically what interests you the most, Gyan, is how to recreate something similar but with a more condensed body rather than something that's dedicated to one place and one place alone, which leads you to how the campus guides work. Where you learn that actually within their wire mesh is that they're basically a walking wireless smartphone where at at their core, yeah, at their core you actually see that there's a magical sort of receptacle that resembles an orb that allows them to basically recharge on a battery like for a few hours every week. And after you kind of like pour your so assuming you spend some time in here studying and pour stuff over, you recognize that there's basically some manner of or power to effectively be transferred and restored consistently without minor breaks. Sort of, I guess in modern terms, we know it to be now as a battery would work. Now you've kind of understood a bit more as how you've operated the machine. You've recovered you've mostly just been repairing effectively what the wires would be, the connections, making sure it can the locomotion of it is right, it's properly oiled. But since you haven't really you've mostly kept it to yourself. You haven't really asked around for what could even power such a thing. You would assume some sort of magic item would work. One would, as you've read about how some magic items recharge per dawn and are attuned to the weave, as if the biblioplex snarl is a condensed form of the weave, which allows it to basically distribute more mana consistently across a small space. You would need to find some sort of item that would work as something that refreshes by mere presence to the weave. And since it's just one, no, that's why it would never have worked before and stuff like that. And you just pay that in mind as, well, maybe you'll find it here after some more research. Celeste, you actually, with your request to learn about some techniques about how to play the guitar, and you actually end up finding a manual about Magitech instruments and how they aren't actually originally from this plane. You see in here in what basically is like well, how would you call them? A brochure of, like, you know how there's like how they did like video game advertisements back in the days, and like brochures and multiple like that, but you see stuff. No, you literally actually see one of those from a different plane. As this piece of archived information that you procured wasn't originally from Arcavius, as you learn about a different plane where magic actually does not exist, and they utilize lightning and a more complex, intricate series of stones, metals, and various different other artificial materials to harness the power of lightning into instruments. And Arcavios, taking inspiration from this plane's old technology, invented Magitech. As you read about, as one word sticks out to you particularly, Planeswalker. You've heard about them in passing before, and you've heard that a multiverse exists. Does I mean you can peek and you can see you can peek, and does Celeste really mind you peeking? Nah, eventually Celeste can just You read about different plane entirely where magic is how 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 the non-reliance and how 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 magic not existing to enhance abilities and perform tricks has led this civilization of not mostly humans too to develop their own ways of channeling arcane energy question mark. And yeah, you also read the word planeswalk, which Celeste stands out to you as where did your dad learn about this? Knowledges of different worlds, ones beyond the one you sticks with you, and eventually you learn about genres of other worlds. How some you learn modern genre, and yes, it's
Gyan says after reading that, I wonder if I can learn how to manipulate Magitech.
as Gyan kind of like you, Celeste, kind of like still trying to figure out what your whole instrument does and how it even was formed. And Gyan, you experimenting, you feel a sort of connection between you two as both of you have questions that the other might be able to answer. Who knows? Time will only tell. As eventually the the weekend passes, and unless somebody else want to do anything, actually, check for this all ends. Nope. All right then, and eventually, as the weekend passes and spring spending almost almost as if none of you are really used used to it. No further hijinks actually take place as you all make your way back to the dorms, and another week passes. And okay, those of you who have jobs, one those of you who have jobs all earn your wage, which for everyone, I think, other than Sinetis, who earns 10 gold, Gyan and Midnight already got theirs. Everyone gets five gold by the time passing. And what? And just as time passes, so well, eventually everyone gets their student die from their extracurriculars. As eventually the door as eventually the
Nice.
dorms, yep, the talk about the dorms is as a couple weeks pass, and I'll just say that technically you're supposed to get wages every week, but there's like living expenses and stuff, and let's just say that per session that passes, you get 5 gold per job you have, and some of those are like you canonically get more, but stuff like expenses, food, and other such things that maybe knickknacks you want to buy, refreshing school supplies and such will that's canonically, let's just say that that's canonically the reason why you don't actually in-game get 5 gold every week, right? So just per session. Housekeeping, yeah, basically. Eventually, the atmosphere of the school changes to talks about your first exam. As next session, we will be going over your first set of exams. But for now, that is the end of this session. Strixhaven, a curriculum of chaos. I hope you enjoyed this mostly exploration session. Nice. Woo! I'm excited to. Alrighty then. Oh wow, snow actually. Okay. How do you all like this session? I escaped the question again. The dean's name was, let's see here. It was Alexis Azraella. The the stuff I actually planned to happen for this session that might have happened by the end if we actually got things done sooner will be on letter 3 done. Now, as is tradition actually, Celeste, you want to play a little goodbye song? As is tradition.
Alright, do you want the Song of Healing Word, the Song of Ray of Frost, or the Song of Bane?
Curious what the Bane was.
Okay. I'm gonna cut it out from the VOD. Just saying.
Yep. Alright then, for those watching the VOD, goodbye.